Woo! Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the IFMAR 2024 IFMAR World Cup here in Macainha's track in Guarda. We have 4 rounds of qualifying, plus some nitro racing today as we see more racers starting to file in. Obviously, not being able to get the time off work, we are going to run some nitro here as well. Also celebrating 75 years of this club being open today, so I'm sure there's going to be some festive activities later on as well. As we get ready for our first qualifier group, it's going to be Juan Carlos Canas, David Todd, Yao Figueiredo, and Ricardo Monteiro starting it off. We have 4 rounds of qualifying plus 1 final today, plus some nitro racing. Hope you guys join me all day in the chat to talk RC and enjoy some of the electric racing here at the 2024 IFMAR E-Buggy World Cup. Remember, this is the World Cup, not an actual World Championship. That happens next year in 2025 at the E-Buggy Arena in Barcelos, Portugal. Good morning, Exotech. Good morning, Frito. How are you guys? Good to see you guys. I would say it's early, but it's actually probably 10 o'clock for you guys over there in Scandinavia. But thank you for joining us. Mario MG, buenos dias, ¿cómo estás? Let me bring up my scoring right now. So, Yao Figueiredo, no start from Canas. He's a little late today. So, it doesn't look like he made the start. Well, as I'm trying to see out there. So, Canas, late to the track, not making the start. I think he's pretty safe to make the main, so no worries there. But Joao is out there. We was here at 8 o'clock this morning. And it was a great night last night. The club, local club here, gave us, cooked some food for us. We ate there. We hung out till about 10:30 last night. I left these guys wrenching on their cars, and I went home and got some rest. Caught up on some of the racing going on over in America. But right now we're following Ricardo Monteiro. Actually, David Todd in that white, blue, and pink Mugen. And we want to thank you guys for joining. Please, if you can, share this. Get it out there. I'm sure JC3 will be here at some point. And we'll get a show put on by some of these top guys. We do have a few top racers from Europe racing here. There are some Nitro guys pulling in slowly. You'll see drivers come here as it's just practice day for Nitro. So they'll come in a little bit later. And we see young David Todd, the young Irish lad, but makes his home in Spain now. That Mugen, he was very fast yesterday. Hello, Alex. Good morning to you, sir. Say hello to your father. All right, so let's have some times up here. We are David Todd, have a 33.6, first person. Actually, the fastest lap on the track. I was just talking to him. I was like, smile. He had a very serious look on his face. So he said yesterday when we interviewed him that he prefers Eco, or as they call it here, Eco, E-Buggy, to Nitro. But he also realizes that it's the glory and it's necessary. And there we see David Todd coming by. He's currently on a 18, 10, 11 pace. So these are 10-minute qualifiers. It's David Todd followed by Ricardo Monteiro and Joao Figueiredo. Joao currently on a 17-lap pace, so he's going to have to pick up some time. As we see young David out there, absolutely dialed, making his way through the Dragon's Back. Looking pretty fast out there, pretty speedy. It's a little bit windy and a little bit cool this morning. We are expecting some wet weather maybe later on, 20% chance of that, but hopefully that will pass us right on by. And Todd does on another 34.3. So he currently holds that fastest lap with a 33.6 and is about, I would say, 10 seconds up on Ricardo Monteiro right now. Can the youngster hold on to this pace and take a first round win in this heat over some of the faster drivers here? He's looking pretty good right now as he makes that safe line. We saw Juan Carlos Canas actually double singling that yesterday. That's a 34 flat for young David Todd. Looks a little bit older than his age. He's quite tall. But very nice young man. Had the pleasure of meeting him a few couple years ago, and an avid racer there in Spain. One of the hotbeds of RC in Europe, in the world, I would say. Spain has quite a number of good tracks, both on and off road. A great high level of RC, of competition. So it's a good place to go and practice and hone your skills if you're in Europe. I remember David Ronnefeldt made the trip to Spain for a month with Cole Ogden back when they were running HB. And it done wonders for Cole Ogden's driving. And with the weather being so good in Spain, you're able to race on a steady pace without getting hit by some rain. Ricardo Montero now right behind him. Ricardo had a good night's rest and ready to go. And Ricardo comes by. That's a... he must have missed a lap because that's very low. Missed a couple of laps. Or he came off the track where I didn't see it. And we thank you all for joining us. We greatly appreciate it. Please share this, get it out there. Don't forget to hit that sub, like, notification button on the RC Racing TV YouTube. Give them a follow on their Facebook page. They've been bringing you coverage and RC media content for over, I think we calculated, since 2007-ish, 6-ish. We probably need Nick to confirm that if he's listening. Maybe he'll send us a message and let us know. There we go. So David Todd's still out front on 18, 10, 12. Not sure, maybe Montero and Yao just trying to figure out what tires work, but I haven't seen them come in. So something's going on with scoring, I assume. Or maybe it's like golf and they've got a handicap. I don't think that's how it works in golf. Okay, first video on the channel 2007. So there was 2 episodes prior to that. Maybe Facebook has it. Okay. All right. So RC Racing TV been doing RC media for, now we got to do the math. It's too early for that. 2024 minus 2000. 17 years. 17 years. No. The greatest RC touring car ever. Oh, the race between Bruno Coelho. No, is it Hara and Reinhardt? Yeah. 13 million views. People still watch it today. Yep, that's awesome. That is awesome. David Todd still out front. 39.4 for Todd just now, so a very slow lap. And we are currently following João Figueiredo in that yellow, blue, and white, orange and white Techno. That was a 33.3, so that's the fastest lap. João finding some pace with 1 minute and 52 seconds left to go. But Todd's still out front. Not sure what happened to Montero and Figueiredo, but they are currently only on a 16 and a 15 lap pace to the young Todd. No start from Canas. Oh, there he is. I see him. He got here late. So maybe a little bit too late of a night for JC3 and his mechanic. But no harm, no foul. I'm pretty sure maybe he starts from the back and gives us a show. Good morning to our Scandinavian and one UK person watching, which is Alex. I don't know. We've got 26 people watching on YouTube. So send us a comment. Let's talk RC. As we found 2 Swedes that have found each other in the chat and probably going to become forever friends now. Frido and Exotech 101. X-Tech. I keep wanting to say Exotech, like the brand. But David Todd, a 33.2 from young Todd. So he has taken over that fast lap. He has found some pace early this morning. So let's see what the young Mugen driver can do. Brian Carroll cheering on David. Now that sounds like an Irish name. Brian Carroll. that is Ricardo Montero, the X-ray driver, who actually raced the IFMAR Euros at this track back in 2010. In fact, right in front of me, there's a neobuggy.net sticker. So that's probably been there since 2010. Pretty interesting that it stayed on this wall that long. All right, so that's the end of time here for these drivers. I asked him about that, Friedel, and I believe he's going to the Silver State race, so probably couldn't do 2 trips over, having done already so he was supposed to be at the IBC as well, but didn't make it, canceled at the last minute for rain. So he said he would like to do the PMB next year, so hopefully we'll see. Probably just coming down to get some practice. I mean, he will still go down as a World Cup winner if he wins it. It's still a somewhat of a title, but not really a title, I guess, if that makes sense. Well done to David Todd. Well done. Great run for him. There you see Mr. Montero. I was talking to him yesterday. He was telling me a little bit of history here about Portuguese racing, and he said he's never won a national here in Portugal. Almost finished second, third, but never won one. And he said when his son finally decided to race, he won his first national ever. Yeah, but a title is always a title, no matter how small. Absolutely. But it's not a world championship title. It's a World Cup title. So, for instance, Jorn Newman, I believe, won the Electric GT World Cup last year. He does not go down as an official World Championship winner, but as the World Cup winner. But I'm sure Juan Carlos Canas would like to have that title under his belt, as well as X-Works and J Concepts and all his sponsors. So it doesn't matter. And he's out there to do his term marshal duties. At least he made it in time for that. Was talking to JC3 yesterday.
2 minutes to open the track.
We got a 2-minute break. We got 34 people watching here. Maybe, James, will we get the restream up and going here at some point? Oh, see? I'm busy talking. Always good to have the RC Racing TV crew here. Well, James, and we got the local Portuguese Federation. The club is excellent. They've been treating us nice. The frosty beverages were flowing in the club. So I found a little bit of information about this, is that this club is basically, so a lot of people may not be into RC, but they come here to hang out, and it's where they have meetings and whatnot. I was looking at the pictures on the wall. There's lots of different sports that they've done here, soccer, football, shooting, all this type of stuff. And now it's basically a RC track with the club. And I believe the president or the mayor of the town is coming today to celebrate 70 plus years of being open. But we are here to chat RC and have a good time. So any questions you might have, we are live on Facebook. I need to actually get that shirt out myself. We are live on the RC Racing TV Facebook and YouTube page. I know, I'm sorry, Friedel, I said soccer. Phew, please forgive me for that. But you know what? History actually says that soccer is an English word. So the English came up with the word soccer. I was reading up on this. No, I'm not from America, Friedel. I am actually from Bermuda. So it's football for me.
other drivers at the stage.
RC by tax tax. Yes, unfortunately, that's it. But the world has to, this race has to happen in order for there to be a world championship next year. So while it may not be a very important race in that sense, it still has to be done. And I believe there's a couple other races going on in Portugal, so that's held up a few of the Portuguese races that we expected, and a lot of them came to the IBC last weekend. It is sad, but you know what? The organization is doing what they got to do, and they got to have the race, and we're here. And we got some fast guys here. We got some nitro cars showing up. They'll be rolling in through today, so we'll have some nitro racing later on. And we get to sit off and talk RC for the day. Thomas Musso out there in that Corrali was talking to him and have a look at his car and asking him about his project. We did a small interview with him. We're going to get all those interviews edited up and posted for you guys when we do some, when we take some breaks. But we have Thomas Musso, Christian Villar, Carlos Fonseca, and the young driver from Israel, Harold Sandaroff, who, there's Harold right there in that red Mugen with the yellow wing. You know, it's a bit different from yesterday. Yesterday we had some nice sun, and it was pretty sunny, and the temperature was great. Here's Thomas Musso, the man from Monaco, long-time racer. Recently made the Montpellier GP Nitro final with the prototype Corrali car. We're looking at this car on track now, and it's basically one of their RTR kits that has been, they're developing into a full-blooded race vehicle. Musso taking this serious. Harold Sandaroff, Carlos Fonseca. Cheshire Tomcat, I like that nickname. Yes, lots of drifting action going on. We saw Juan Carlos Canas, aka JC3. Doing some super drifting yesterday. Hopefully we'll get some of that today, as the track is very loose on the driver's line, but makes for some great racing. As you see, Musso making his way through that Dragon's back, getting it sideways. Hello, Damon Mosley. How are you, my friend? Good morning to you. Hope everything is good there in Australia. So yeah, Frito, I am not from the USA. I am from Bermuda, actually. And Musso coming in, so looks like he's going to do a tire change. So that's what must have happened with Montero as well as Joao. Mike Driscoll. I'm surprised Invisible Speed didn't sponsor this, as JQ loves E-Buggy, being as he's an E-Buggy specialist. And a Truggy specialist. Let's not forget that. That's his two best classes. How you doing, Mike? Say hello to Maddie and everybody there. Good to see you in here, good buddy. Sent some stickers of Adam for you as well. So when you got a chance to see him, go see him and get some stickers from Adam. And that reminds me, I actually left my stickers in that I was supposed to give away today at the house. So it looks like they're going on some bigger knobby tires. This is like old school RC right here. Look at those big knobbies. We don't get to see these type of big knobs on tires nowadays too much. This reminds me of actually of bow ties back in the day. So looks like a little ride height change for Musso. David says, all good here. Weather is fantastic. Need to get to the track for some practice to do a chance to watch any of our nationals. I did watch a little bit of it. I think I can't remember, was it last weekend or the weekend before? I think Mitch and the Mike was doing the calling, if I remember correctly. It's been a blur these last couple of weekends. I even had to ask yesterday, what day is it? Is it Tuesday? So All right, Frito says, I'm racing Mayako. What do you think will happen now that almost every big racer has jumped ship? I think that Mayako will focus on building. So, Ronafalk left. Obviously, that relationship dissolved. Tebow was never going to do more than 1 year. Robert's still racing the car, so he's a big racer. I think that when I was talking to Joseph about that, we talked about it on the podcast as well, that he will focus on getting the E-Buggy's out now. The next step is getting the Truggy out, which Max Mort, who absolutely loves Truggy, is developing that in the E-Truggy. Get that out, and they will... I'm laughing at X-Tex 101. That's funny. The Greta of RC. So he's developing the Truggy. I guess they'll get them out. I know JQ was saying he would like to get a top name in the USA to run the car. And they still have the community going, I guess. I don't get into the Discord much, or pretty much what's going on in the internals of Mayako, as I kind of stay focused on what's going on in RC. But I think it will be fine. I used to be the JQ racing team manager before they released the Mayako. And trust me, it was a lot harder to do that back in the day when JQ was on Facebook, making everybody angry, especially over in America. But I think it'll be fine. I think the Discord and what they're doing is pretty good. I just think, obviously, with David leaving, and JQ actually discusses that in this last podcast. So, Frito, if you want to have a listen to the No Name RC podcast, episode number 278, I sit off and talk with JQ about what's been going on. But yeah, unfortunate about Ronafalk leaving. As a beginner, I can only say that invisible speed has helped, but I had a lot of problems with the Mayako, but I think that is because I am new. Yeah, like anything, you need to take your time and learn a car, learn what things work. The Mayako has a plethora of adjustments, so it can be a little bit confusing. But one thing I always say to people is, when you find a brand, if you like it, stick with it, and you'll learn it. And then apply those changes that you learn. Go out there, practice, run your car, and learn it. As we're on tap with the young Harold Sandovar from Israel. So we have an Israeli racer joining us. Makes frequent trips to Europe, he says. Was at the Worlds in 2022. He'll be at the Worlds in the upcoming September. And I saw we have a comment. It was McBride is back. Yep, McBride dominated all weekend. Yes. So was Bernard Zach there as well, Mosi? So that's the big battle we've been wanting to see, is Bernard Zach and McBride racing. I know we're going to get to see him. McBride, Lutz, Ongaro, and Pavidis, and Bernard Zach battle it out in a couple weeks in the Philippines. I'll be looking forward to that. I really wish I was going to be at that race, to be honest. I'm afraid if I go to the Philippines, though, I might not come back. Isn't Max the Greta of RC? Someone needs to keep an eye so he doesn't glue himself to the tracks. Max is all right. Max is doing what he's supposed to do, and that's answering science nerd questions and making middle-aged RC guys angry. That's his job on the podcast. But he's going to be doing a lot of write-ups as well, so make sure you, for the other big race going on over in the USA, the Psycho Nitro Bass. So make sure you check out the No Name RC Podcast Facebook page and have a look at some of his write-ups that we're going to do. Should be pretty good. But right now, it's all about E-Buggy and a little bit of Nitro. As you can see, it is windy and chilly out there. And we have been following the young Israeli Harold Sandarov, who does not like Nitro, does not like E-Buggy too much, says Nitro is definitely glory in what he prefers. But he's happy to be here racing. And like I said, this is the predecessor to the upcoming 2025 IFMAR E-Buggy World Championships. This race was actually supposed to be held last year, but was cancelled. So they had to absolutely hold it in order for them to have the World Championship next year. Okay, so Bernard Zach broke a servo 5 minutes in. McBride came back from the back of the field. Kristen Wellhunter has definitely, yes, that's what it was. I did see that Kristen finished second. He's definitely picking up a lot of pace. His father actually, and Zach Foster was very fast too. That's right, I remember now. I see so much stuff, Damien, I forget so much stuff. My brain, it like absorbs so much and then it kind of releases it. But yeah, I saw that young Zach. I actually posted about that on Instagram. The Australian RC scene is definitely heating up with a lot of these young drivers. I remember young Jack Parsi was one that I was following for a long time because he ran JQ and Mayako. But unfortunately, he retired from RC at a very young age.
Echo will be at 10 o'clock.
Awesome, Friedel. S-Works makes a great e-buggy as well. An awesome e-buggy. So just enjoy yourself. That's the most important thing. And work on getting a nitro car because that's truly the glory. That's all I say to anybody. I don't care what brand of car you run. Just make sure you enjoy yourself because we need more people in RC. There we see Harold's father having a chat with him. Christian Villar. There's Carlos Fonseca. I appreciate it, Damien. Are you going to the Philippines or are you chilling out at home? All right, let me get this shirt out. So everybody can have a watch. So we will be back up here shortly. We're going to have our first heat of nitro cars. I'm sure we'll see more drivers come as the day goes on. James is at coffee number 2. A big coffee, okay. Okay, building a new house. So I would definitely say that building a new house is more important than going to the Philippines. Frido, I started racing last year when I joined the club. We were 4 people. Then I talked to family and friends, and now we are like 14. That's great. You have grown that by almost 3 times, just over 3 times. That's not easy to do. So you guys, it's only what I'm saying. How big is the club, and it's outdoor racing? Is that big track that they had the 2017 European Championship still open? It's like it was an immense track. Robert Batty actually won that race. I remember watching it. It was a great Euros, to be honest. I actually might attend my first Euros next year myself. Be in Barcelona. Yeah, MK Eskin is that the name of the track that I'm talking about, or is that your track? But I'm pretty familiar with the Swedish RC scene. I have a couple of friends. Obviously, I know David pretty good. And then I have a couple of friends that have been supporters of the podcast for years, and they tell me about what's going on in Sweden. Still one of the last holdouts for the Serpent 8-scale buggy, which is pretty amazing. Awesome. How many rounds in the Swedish Championship is there, like your national series?
The track is open.
Pista está aberta para Manu.
Just one Swedish nationals? Okay. I thought you guys had a series. Okay. Is Serpent still a popular car there in Sweden? I knew they had, a few years ago, they still had a lot of people running it there. But, Jose Carlos Espanol. Hello, the Wing. What's up, Wing? Llewellyn Fry, one of my good friends from Australia. Right, in Spain there are 4. And in the UK, I think there's 5, I want to say. How you doing, Wing? I saw your son, Albie, had a birthday. Albie Mangles. Tell him happy birthday. Albie Mangles, my hero. Why did you say Serpent? Oh, because I remember there were quite a few guys still running Serpent in Sweden. It still seems to be one of the holdouts for Serpent. It's a on-road company that went into off-road. They have a very good off-road car, but they were doing pretty good in off-road, and then they kind of just stopped altogether. So they do have some 10 scale and 8 scale cars. Serpent. Face purple crying. I don't get that. Aaron Newhart. Wow. He says, Jose Carr says, I race Serpent Buggy. We are like 23 in all of Spain. Okay. Cheers, mate. We did name him Albie after Albie Mangles. Doing good. Looking forward to heading. Oh, you're going to the Philippines? Awesome, Wing. Have fun, man. Awesome. That's good. Albie Mangles. If you don't know who Albie Mangles is, go Google him. He was an Australian world traveler, and he traveled it under his own circumstances, and he captured it on video, and he was in some adventures. All right, so we heard the nitro car starting to warm up. All right, so we got a 7-minute break. So let's talk RC while we wait for that to happen. Do you guys have any questions? We got Australia, Spain, I'm sure England. I don't know where Aaron Newhart is from. We got Jose Carter from España. Vale. And I gotta get ready and put my hat on for you guys. I actually need to share this. Happy birthday, Albie Mangles. Very nice facility here in Macainha, Guarda. Track is very nice, built by Esquelda Miguelo, who is the owner of Buggyland. You can definitely tell his style of track with the very rolling jumps. It's going to be interesting to see the nitro cars going here. Frito says, what really makes RC fun for me is that we are 3 brothers racing with a father that raced track back in the day on a high level here in Sweden, so it helps a lot and always makes us race, always with us on races. It's great, you know. There we see Jose Figueiredo. Last time I saw him drive was at Buggyland, and it was wild. That's the father of Joao. Thank you to him and his family for making this all possible for myself to get out here. I appreciate it. And this broadcast is brought to you by our sponsors, Rudolph EU, S-Works, Hot Race Tires, Hobby Wing, and X-Ray. Coverage brought to you by the RC Racing TV crew and the Portuguese Association of RC. We got Helder and Paulo. Helder doing the producing, Paulo on cameras, and James over here making sure everything's done right. So there are Nitro Buggy, yeah. So it's kind of like a separate class because I had so little entries. here this weekend, Llewellyn, so they decided to run Nitro and get some people here and try to get some momentum for the club here going in Macainha. It's a beautiful facility up here in Guarda. Was told, unfortunately, that it doesn't get visited much. Beautiful track layout, new track layout put in by Miguelo. Oh, that's Mr. Figueiredo out there practicing now. It's slick for everything, Erido. We saw yesterday the Juan Carlos Canas and Joao Figueiredo doing complete drifts. So it is slick, but you know what? We used to race on slick tracks all the time back in the day. We're seeing guys going out there in big knob tires. But that's, you bring up a good point, Fredo, about having three brothers racing. It's always awesome. RC is for everybody, so it's good for father's sons, mother's daughters, father's daughters, you name it. Females can do it. And all that stuff. But Wing, you're going to be in the Philippines. You're going to enjoy that. You'll have fun. You will have a lot of fun. There we see Mr. Figueiredo getting it wrong over the Dragon's back. And the local club here has treated us very well. An excellent dinner last night. Obrigado. Todo bien. Gracias. We're just waiting for the races to go. Let's see how Mr. Figueiredo does out there. 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to go in this race. So someone said this track is slick. Absolutely. But it's fun. The line will wear in a little bit more. The nitro cars will lay on some oil as well. But we need some sun to come out today to bake it a little bit. It's a little bit cold right now. And Figueiredo feathering it around the track. He needs some big knobbies on his car. He needs some big knobbies. Let me get this shirt out to the Facebook pages. So do you guys have any more questions? Let's talk about RC. So how long have you been racing, Fredo? Actually, I should ask, what got you into racing? That's a better question. Was it your father? Said he raced? Eagle Point RC Complex that you guys track. We have I still have my koozie that a letter that you guys sent me many years ago. Now that I look at it, I understand why Mark Newman thought I was sunburnt yesterday. I look very pink on the broadcast. Oh good, I am not sunburnt. Maybe a bit windburnt. Jose Carr says, I met Robert Battier and La Parente brothers. Yeah, the Parente brothers were in Portugal, Barcelos last weekend, where I was at IBC. Good morning, Basement. How you feeling this morning, Basement? You recovering from whatever you caught while we was here in Barcelos? I hope whatever you caught, I don't have it. I feel good. Basher NZ, hi Keenan, why is Nitro on the track? Because they invited the Nitro guys to come up here and run because there's very little entries. My RCM, Jose, my RCM. You can find the track. What's going on, Basher NZ? How you doing? Yeah, so they don't have much electric entries, so they invited the Nitro cars to come run as well. And there's some more people pulling in as we go on. So, kind of just a fun class. But don't worry, the E-Buggies will be up next. Well, enjoy your time at the track today, Bauman. It was fun hanging out with you. Bachelors, it's 10 p.m. here in New Zealand. There you go, having some frosty beverages while working on his Mayako. Is Mark Johnson back racing? Again, did he race the ABC? Is he going to the Philippines? All right, well, I spent a lot of time, Frito says, I spent a lot of time on RC, on on-road tracks when I was little. I bought my first EM when I was only 8 months old. And 2 years ago, I surprised my father by buying an old X-Ray XB8. Okay, so you've been around RC pretty much all your life, but never raced. Then you really went in deep because you got in, he helped you get started. You knew nothing about RC engines, and then he surprised me and my brothers with 3 new Mayakos, and that was the first year I raced. Awesome. Awesome. My son wants to race too. He raced once with me. Bash Posh. Yes, this is the E-Buggy World Cup, but they have invited the Nitro guys to come run because of the lack of entries. So they're trying to get people up here to race at this nice facility. So it's not the Nitro World Cup, it's just a class that they're having here. Awesome. I've known Mark for many years, many years. Great dude. Haven't met him yet, but really enjoyed the race from New Zealand, from the Asian Buggy Championship. It was good. So good job to you guys. Yeah, unfortunately, Bish Bash, with the low turnout, they invited the local Portuguese, and there's a couple of races going on. And it's there's low turnout from the people in Spain as well. So they just invited the Nitro cars out here to have some fun and hopefully help get this track in order. So very much so, Jose, very much so. But as I explained, and I will continue to explain, IFMAR requires that this race be held prior to having an actual world championship. So they have to have the World Cup race, and then they can have the World Championship, which should be a lot more people from around the world next year because it's the official World Championship. Erdo says, I still have my original RC10 I used back in the 90s. Awesome. I bet you it's worth a lot. No Elliot Boots here at this event. Elliot is, I actually was talking to him the other day. So he's not going to Silver State. So I'm not sure what Elliot's next race is, to be honest. So I'm going to have him here on the podcast here soon again to talk about his career and what he's been up to. There we go. Oh, we got some shirts. IFMAR World Buggy 8-Scale E-Buggy World Cup. Oh, I got to get me a shirt. Didn't know we had shirts. Hope they made one in my size, which is big boy size. Another thing that I love about the sport, people are always willing to help. Like Ronafalk gave me a few tips last year at the moment. Yeah, Ronafalk's a great ambassador for RC. He's a good friend of mine, and I'm always been a big fan of his. No, Boots is not here now. Just Juan Carlos Canas, Yao Figueiredo, Ricardo Montero and Thomas Musso. Those are the top drivers. The World Cup is now, Jose. The World Championship, which is the official IFMAR World Championship, is next year, September, in Barcelos at E-Buggy Arena. Hermano Ribeiro says, just starting in this hobby, having a lot of fun. Awesome. Where are you from, Hermano? He absolutely killed it at the Dark Nitro Championships, did Elliott Boots. I'll never forget when he first switched over to S-Works, and I was at the Silver State race, and he was there. And before he went up on the stand, I was like, Bootsy, do it for the Queen. He looked at me and laughed, and he actually went up there and won it. No, so Frito, they have never had a World Championship E-Buggy race. Yeah, this is the first, next year is the first one coming up in 2025. E-Buggy has not had a World Championship. Nitro has had a World Championship since the 80s. But they will race it 2 years apart, so it will be a year apart. This year is the Nitro Buggy World Championships. Next year is the E-Buggy World Championships. Then it goes back to Nitro in 2026, 2027, back to E-Buggy. Germano says, I am from Macainha, Australia. Awesome. And Bishback says, I'm from the UK. What part? What type of cars are you running, Germano? Yeah, and then you have the 10 scale World Championship. You have so many. Well, you have the other World Championships, so they're also run apart. So last year was the 10 scale off-road World Championships. So pretty much these off-road guys are going to be attending a World Championship every year, especially a lot of the Americans and Europeans that run 10 scale. I mean, we just saw Davide Ongaro go over to America last year and run 10 scale, a class he barely runs, never ran on that type of surface, all that, hasn't run that car, built it in the hotel and won the four-wheel drive side of that, and actually almost won podium two-wheel drive. Har says, I do like 1/8 scale GT. Where I live in Dominican Republic, that's the only thing that's racing. So that 5th scale and 10 scale. So I am going to get a GT for my son to race. Germano says, I'm getting ST, SCT, and E-Buggy. Do they race a lot of SCT in Australia? And Bishbash says, I race for Mugen MBX8 with a Reds engine. Okay, Rip, what part of the UK do you race in? I'm very familiar with the UK race scene. All right, now we are following this orange and yellow car of, I don't know. I'll find out in a minute. That is Victor Sampaio. He was in the chat yesterday. He said he'll be here. And he's here. Bish Bash Posh. We hope you guys are enjoying the chat this morning. Uh-oh, somebody's stuck. Somebody got it wrong and got it underneath that fence. That's not the fast way. And there we have another car on its lid. Turtle. Oh, you're in Hearts. So you race at Hearts. I've been there before. Nice track. We was talking about Hearts yesterday, or Hearts as you call it. Why do you guys, I mean, I am of British descent, but I can never figure this out. Why do you guys pronounce the word like Hearts, or like Derby? I've always tried to figure that out. You know, like the Manchester Derby, which Manchester City has won quite a lot now lately. Awesome. Is that, Germano, are we talking four-wheel drive short course or two-wheel drive short course? But they need to put some bigger knobbies on Erdu if they want to do that. So we saw Thomas Musso come in and do that. I mean, Watch the top guys in E-Buggy. They pretty much get it. Lots of drift action. But, okay, I like 4x4 short course. Techno makes a great one. The only one. Because they are weird. What's weird, Basher? When you see Mark Johnson, tell him I said hello. The Monsanto track, where's that to? Bishbash says, I did DRX Dirt Kings. Awesome. That was a good race between Ongaro and Ryan Lutz. Actually, that's what JC3 was on yesterday, Cosmos and Stalkers. So they're on it. Yeah, man, techno is big in Australia, really big. I actually know the techno dealer coast to coast very well. Good, nice guy, very nice man. Big supporter of my podcast. Yeah. He's push bike racing, pedal bike racing. Yeah, he got back into mountain biking, and good dude. Awesome. TLR, HV, and now with Mugen. Mugen's a good piece of kit. What's up, David? How are you? The Wing. Good afternoon. I'm assuming you are friends of The Wing, the infamous one. Llewellyn Fry, good friend of mine from Australia. Funny story about The Wing. I think he told Kyle McBride or one of the racers up there that you're just going to see the back of my wing and that's how it's going to be. I can't remember. He's in here. He'll tell me the story. Absolutely, Mishmash. I prefer Nitro too, but E-Buggy's fun. I like E-Buggy. E-Buggy's fun, very convenient. It's a very good class to get people into RC. So. Didn't Tony Gruber just win the GT Worlds in Australia? And didn't he win a European Championship as well, I believe? It's a good racer. He runs for, I don't remember what GT he runs. GT definitely, I like the class. I like it to stay true to its roots, which is basically based off of 8-scale buggy cars. I see something now like the Genius car and all those cars, they look good. But they're kind of getting like 8-scale touring cars now. So I do like the SRX type car, the IGT8s. I actually have a Mugen GT. I do at my house. But I think I prefer to say that. I wonder what's more popular, Nitro or Electric. I would say Electric is definitely more popular worldwide because of being of ease. But Nitro is king. That's the best word I'll use for it. It's the most, I think it has the most prestige. Erdo, how are these Nitro times compared to the E-Buggy? Well, to be honest, there's no top guys running the Nitro times, right? Nitro cars. So it's hard to compare. And they just got her, to be honest. They didn't have any practice yesterday. They're just out there practicing. So they don't even know how the track's going. But the guys in E-Buggies are definitely clicking off faster laps. They're able to do things. So we'll see. Maybe these guys will get some practice. It would have been cool to see some of the top guys run Nitro as well. So we shall see. Ooh, somebody's got a lean bog or run out of fuel.
Frame coming out.
I used to race Bish Bash. Actually, then I became the JQ team manager. I stopped racing altogether because it wasn't about me having a good time racing at the track. It was about making sure everybody else had a good time. But I actually did some racing in the UK myself when I was there working on the Crossrail. I did some 10 scale racing up at Silverstone. I went to Maritime when it was open. It was fun. I've been to Nemo Raceway as well. I was there for 2022 RCGP. Myself and James wasn't there. Was he? I don't think James was there. Yep, went to Nemo 2022, but to commentate.
So, first qualification run for Electric Buggy. Drivers, let's check batteries.
Okay, so I am mistaken. That was just practice early on. They had free practice for E-Buggy. They're going to have their first qualifier now. So now you get to see some fast laps as we have JC3, David Todd, Yal Figueredo, and Ricardo Montero in this race. And they are running very fast. They got to go check on their voltage. They can't be over. My dream is to win the IFMAR World Championships. Well, that's a big dream. I'm sure Juan Carlos Canas, Yal Figueredo, and many, many others also wish to dream to win that race. It is a very, very hard race to win. The amount of talent that is on display at our World Championships is insane. Insane. So I would focus on winning the British Nationals first, or a national, and then work your way up from there. How old are you, by the way? David says, I'll be back soon. The hum is almost finished. Now, JC3 missed his practice, so I thought it was a qualifier, but it was a practice. So they're checking their voltage on their cars. So I guess now we'll see some more seriousness out of the top guys here. Looking for a good qualifying run from these guys. As we get ready for our first official qualifying session here at the 2022 IFMAR World E-Buggy World Cup in Macainha, Guarda, Portugal. We want to thank our sponsors for making this happening. They are Rudog, EU, S-Works, Hot Race Tires, Hobby Wing, and X-Ray.
The track will be open in 1 minute and
Track is opening in 1 minute.
we will have 2 minutes of warm-up and then the heat will start.
Just looking at my buddy Bauman's reel, very
Please
cute.
check your batteries before going to the track.
I'm 29. I started racing when I was 7 years old, so I've been racing for so many, many years. Okay. Do you race the national series there in the UK? Some steep competition. You got the Skidmores there, Boots coming over to do the races as well.
30 seconds.
Not easy to make a British BRCA 1/8 scale national. There we see Mr. Montero. Juan Carlos Canas's mechanic, not sure of his name. But now we get to see some of the fast guys go. Let's see what they do. Put on a show for us.
The track is open.
as they get. But, oh, so it's 5-minute qualifiers. Okay, not 10. 10-minute races, 5-minute qualifiers. These drivers got a few warm-up laps. There's JC3 and David Todd getting on the clock. Joao Figueiredo. You see the beautiful facility that is the Macainha's track. I raced against Halsley, Let, etc. back in the day, similar skill, but my batteries just didn't match their factory sets. That was back in the day when batteries and motors really made a difference. Now everybody can pretty much run the same stuff. So it's all about who's got the skill. Okay, well then we met at RCGP then, because I was there at the Nemo Raceway back in 2022. Or we probably passed each other.
30 seconds to start.
Bish bash. All right, so we got 30 seconds to go. Reg GP looks good. I've been to that track as well, in Ospitine track in Gusago. Hoping to get back there for June for the Italian race. All right, so we are getting ready to go on the clock. Let's see if we can follow Juan Carlos Canas, aka JC3. As he gets his first on-timed lap down. As our cameraman is going to pick up JC3. That, oh, just as he say that, he catches that pipe. Let's see what JC3's first lap is going to be. A 33.5. He's currently on a 9.502 pace. Next time by is Ricardo Monteiro, the local Portuguese racer. A 34.3 for him. He'll stay on top with Canas as he goes up over that Dragon's Back, making easy work. Let's see if he gets into some four-wheel drifts like we saw yesterday in practice. Or is he going to play it safe? He was also double singling this jump yesterday. Canas, a 33.5. Still on that 9.502 pace. Looking pretty dog. Canas, your current reigning Nitro Buggy European champion. Also coming off a big win at the recent Dirt Nitro Challenge over in California in the E-Buggy class. S-Works team has definitely found something with their new cars. Boots taking the win in the Dirt Nitro Challenge Pro Nitro Buggy class. I was talking to Canas yesterday about the upcoming World Championships coming back to his home. Not his home track, but his home country of Spain and Redovan. So he's super excited. He did win the European Championships there last year, so he will be ready to go. Race face. I used to race the National Race Series. Oh, Canas getting on the break. He does the double single just now. That was a 33.2 on a 9.501 pace. So it's going to be Canas, David Todd, Monteiro, Joao Figueiredo. John Walton. The point of running this event is that IFMAR requires you to have a World Cup race prior to having the official World Championship will be next year. So if they didn't hold this race, they wouldn't be able to hold the World Championship. So it has to be held. Yeah, so these guys they practiced all. There we go. JC3 doing that awesome four-wheel drive drift that we saw him doing yesterday. It has been a pleasure to watch him and Yao Figueredo and these guys go around this track. No real pressure on them, just having fun. But I guess they'll take it serious when it's time to take it serious. It's still racing. They don't want to lose. And I'm sure one of them would like to be the first, well, be the inaugural World Cup winner. Not as prestigious as the World Championship, which happens next year in Barcelos, Portugal. JC3, a 33-1 that time by. There's only a few entries here, Bish Bash. So they split up the entries here and having these 4. Yeah. Oh, for coffee if they have portable ones. Yeah, unfortunately, the turnout for this race has been very low. But as I said, IFMAR requires that it's held. So the federation has to hold this race. And then next year for the actual E-Buggy World Championships, should be stacked with the Americans coming over. It will be the first official World Championship. Somebody's going to want to win that. Oh, beautiful by JC3. Absolute drifting around that whole track. Yao Figueredo is out, so maybe changing some tires. JC3, Ricardo Montero, David Todd, your running order. We are currently following the 2023 European Champion and 2024 DNC E-Buggy World Champion. He is a European Champion in E-Buggy as well. A favorite to win the Nitro World Championships coming up here in September. Now move to Redovan after Brazil canceled. Camus. See if he can make up some time and drop down to a 10-lap pace. He's currently on a 9.5 flat. And let's see, does he do it? Nope, he's going to be on a 9.5 flat. Let's see if he can beat that in his next round of qualifying. Up next is the man from Monaco, Thomas Musso. We have a young racer from Israel, Harold Senderoff, Kristen Villar from Spain, and Carlos Fonseca, longtime Portugal racer. All right, well, congratulations, Bish Bash. No, Erdu. There are some races going on around here in Portugal, I was told. But to be honest, this race, World Cups, not World Championships. This is not a World Championship. I want to reiterate that. This is not a World Championship. The World Championship is next year. Like, that's the official World Championship. This is a World Cup. They have to have, by IFMAR rules, they have to have this race. I have yet to see a World Cup have great numbers because statistically it doesn't mean anything. You're not a world champion, you're just a World Cup winner. So the big race is actually the race after this, which is next year. Do I agree with the rules nowadays in 2024? Probably not. Probably it was a legitimate rule for back in the day, back in the 80s and 90s, to prove that a federation could handle the race. I guess you can call it like a warm-up. So to that. So it's unfortunate that a lot of races didn't attend. They did have a big race that got rained out last week called the International Buggy Challenge. And it's their annual race at the Barcelos track in Barcelos, Portugal. That's actually where the World Championship will be next year. If you want to check that out, you can check out the 2022 European Championships on RC Racing TV. If you want to get a more in-depth look at the track as well and facility, you can go to the No Name RC podcast YouTube page. I did some track walks and facility walks of the facility last year. I was there last weekend, but unfortunately that race got rained out. It was such a shame. It was quite a good bit of people there, and unfortunately got rained out and was not able to complete the race. But it's an absolutely beautiful track. It's much bigger than this track. It's also a glue track, so it's very high traction. And they will actually be holding the first ever World Championship next year. Good morning, Mr. Bun Mohammed. How is Noah doing this morning? Oh, they're having one finals today, I believe, or maybe all three today. Not sure. Depends. We're supposed to get some water, some rain. So we shall see. I believe I don't have the schedule in front of me, but I think it was all three finals today, or maybe they'll wait and do some tomorrow. With the low entry count, I'm sure they can get it done today. Hello, Emperor of Everything. How are you? Good morning to you, sir. I hope all is well. No racing for you this weekend? Martin Owen, the Emperor of Everything. Were you racing? You said, tell me where you racing to, Martin, tomorrow?
So drivers, everybody's ready? We will open track in 20 seconds.
Well, enjoy the Hearts GP, because I think that RC Racing TV does the coverage for that as well. Mendip.
The track is open.
Oh my goodness. All right. So, how many entries, Jimmy Kincaid? Not much, buddy. Not much at all, unfortunately. 8, I think, in E-Buggy. But race still has to go on. And James is a gentleman and a scholar, and he comes bringing coffee. Thank you, sir. I could see how that can happen. We got an overhead shot of the facility. Thomas Musso running that Corrali. I was talking to him about it yesterday. I was very shocked to see him make the move to Corrali. He was doing very well under HB. And he said he's doing the Corrali thing with his friend, and they're actually, so Corrali used to be very big in the on-road scene back in the day. And they're really big in the bashing market, make a lot of ready-to-run cars. So what this E-Buggy is based off a ready-to-run car where they're hopping it up and making adjustments, making it into a full-blown race machine.
30 seconds to start.
David Angaro is not at this event.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so these guys are about to get on clock. I believe we are on board with Christian Villar from Spain. Update. Oh, it's Carlos Fonseca. He changed his paint. Okay. Yeah, on board with local Portuguese driver Carlos Fonseca. Ooh, Portuguese coffee is strong. Woo! What's up, Dwayne? How you doing, man? Man, it is early over there in Washington. You must be at work. It's what, 8 hours behind? It's 10 o'clock here. So what, 2 o'clock in the morning there? You must be at work. What's up? Say what's up to my boy Brady. Why are you guys doing the race this? It's a big race this weekend. You guys have a Northwest Rage Tour going on, I believe. So Thomas Musso, maybe you'll find him. Thomas Musso in the pink and blue car. There he is, right there. About to come through the quads. Christian Villar, Thomas Musso, 34 flat his last time by. There's his mechanic. And Musso developing that Corrali, pink and blue, from Monaco. RCGP RC2 champion from 2022. Got to watch him race quite a lot. Very accomplished racer. Fuel Nationals coming up. Yeah, I wish I was going to that myself there, Dwayne. But don't think it's going to happen. Musso getting it wrong as he comes onto the straightaway. Getting out in the fluff and getting it a bit slippery. Hope you're doing well, Dwayne. You like them night shifts, man. I don't blame you. I like night shifts too. And there's the young man from Israel. It is Harold Sandaroff. Nine seconds left to go. Musso is in your lead, is in a 9-lap 5:08. Followed by Young Harold in a 9-lap 5:13. Kristen Villar for 9-lap 5:30. Fonseca 8:5:09.
Finish car 4. Finish 1.
Alrighty then. So they are done. Yeah, you got a lot of racing to watch this weekend, Dwayne. All right, Thomas Musso, followed by Harold Sandoff, Kristen Villar, and Carlos Fonseca. Lots of racing. He picked up 2 new Reds motors. I was going, sir, what did he used to run before? I got to hit him up when I get home, say what's up to him.
Finish 3. Time is over. Race
All
finish.
cars to the pit lane, race is over, all cars to technical inspections.
Technical inspections. We do have some interviews for some of the drivers we did yesterday. We're actually just getting that edited up for you guys. James is uber busy. There's Harold. Awesome, awesome. You can never have enough engines and tires. Never have enough. Up next is some more practice for our 10 scale guys. We'll take some time to talk to you guys about RC, answer some of your questions. Like I said, we do have another big race going on at the moment. Well, it's practice. They actually start qualifying at 6 o'clock in the morning in the USA, East Coast.
Nitro, Mangaú. Stewart, Mangaú, both separados.
So while these guys get their practice, I'll have a chat with you guys. So if you guys have any questions about RC or want to have a quick chat, just let me know, and I'll do my best to answer you.
A pista é árvore em 6 minutos para o grupo 1 de Nitro, pilotos da nota 2, não esquecer a pistagem.
Ooh, so that's a good question. I don't know. Did you not listen to the last podcast, Martin? If you did, you would know. I don't know if I want to spill the beans. I think I should make everybody go listen to episode number 279, and you'll know. But the rumors is that he was running a Mugen this past weekend at the SMB. Not sponsored by Mugen by anywhere. I think he borrowed a friend's car, and he bought a truggy, I heard. So I think he's running in Mugen this weekend, but I don't think he's going to get a deal with Mugen. but I can see it go into X-ray. So we shall see. Pretty sure he's running a Mugen this weekend. Now, I don't know what that means in the overall big scheme of things. I haven't heard either. I must ask my guys that are there if they know what is running. So, unfortunately, not there to check it out. So yeah, Dwayne, this is the E-Buggy World Cup. Good morning, Niels. How are you? Not the World Championship. It's the predecessor to the World Cup Championship, which is next year. IFMAR requires that you hold a World Cup. The Federation holds a World Cup in preparation for the World Championship. So it's nothing. Yes, you'll be a World Cup winner, but you are not an official world champion. TMZ. I might as well embrace it, right, Martin? I keep getting called that, but I'm probably going to get sued if I keep using TMZ, so I can't use it. I don't know. Maybe it'll be RCZMT. There we go. ZMT, not TMZ. Martin Owen. Martin, man. You know what I want for Christmas? Aircraft carrier, please. Please. Nothing too spectacular. All right. Nobody has nothing to say this morning. Okay. I guess I'll go have another coffee. Dwayne's up. He's 8 hours behind us. The Swedes have left the building. I don't see Exatec or Frito here anymore. Nils is here. Nils, are you Spanish? Nils is a Spanish name. That's the name of Robert's son. Connie Swenson. Is it? It must be a Spanish name too, because it's a popular name in Spain. I'm good, Connie. How you doing, man? Is it snowing where you're at in Sweden? Because I heard it was snowing there. I guess it's a universal name, Niels.
The track is open.
Is it Neil or Niels? Like Neels? All good, Connie. Just having an RC chat this morning. If anybody wants to chat RC, I'm here to do it all day long. We want to say a big thank you to our sponsors that make this happen. They are Rudog EU, S-Works, Hot Race Tires, Hobby Wing and X-Ray. Don't forget to hit that sub, like, notification button on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. Go over to their Facebook channel and give them a follow as well. Don't forget to check out all their excellent content. Over 15 years of content on YouTube. You can also join their YouTube program and get early access to their new program, like new videos and stuff, like their excellent series, the RC Autopsy that they've done. So really enjoy what RC Racing TV is doing. Been doing it for quite a long time. Go over, hit that like, sub, and notification button for them. Help them reach their goal of 100,000 subs. Trust me, I am on the verge of reaching 5,000, and I'm happy about that. Like 2 away last time I checked. As we heard, there's nitro cars starting to get revved up. Why are you covering this race, Frederick Cederberg? Because that's what the association wanted them to do. Niels is a very Swedish name, old name, but is growing in popularity again. Using that 2200 kV combo as engine start, I heard. That was a good one, Niels. I mean, Frederick, you don't have to watch if the coverage is bothering you. Boat champion, RC boat champion, Frederick Cederberg. I like RC boats too. I like that, you know, using that 2200 kV combo as an engine starter. It was snowing a lot at the beginning of the week, and now it's going away. Thankfully, ready for spring and RC season. Large scale is the king class. It is pretty awesome, but I want a big Losi T5 truck with a big giant engine in it. That goes really fast. Mitch on the mic, how you doing, good buddy? Absolutely. Oh, I hope everything's well over there in Australia. Good job at the Nationals earlier. Any coverage of RC is good no matter what. How many races I say. It's out there, right? As much coverage we can get out there in the algorithm, somebody will fall into it and get into it. I try to avoid negative comments. They're not at the race. They don't have to watch it if they want. That's fine. Some people will just complain about everything. And they're known for that. JQ being one of them. But he has good complaints. I know. I get tired of listening to me as well. Yes, McBride. We was just talking about the Australian Nats, Mitch. where Bernard Zach had an issue, and we saw Christian Wallhunter, who's actually been on a tear lately, and the young Zach Foster. We was just also talking about how the level of RC in Australia seems to be improving every year. Lots more racing. I know COVID was a big hit for you guys, and everything kind of went down a little bit. But good to see things happening, people racing, and the Australians getting back on the map. I hope to see McBride at the Worlds this year in Spain. He was there in 2022, I remember. I think that was the first year he did not make the Worlds final in a long time, because he has made, I think he has the record for the most amount of Worlds finals made, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody out there will correct me on that, if it's true or not. So, can McBride get back up to his former glory? Probably one of the most talented drivers in the world. He's going to have some competition there at the Philippine Masters, or second round of the Asian Buggy Championships in 2 weeks' time, with Ongaro and Lutz being there. Good to see what's going on in Australia. And youngsters coming up. I wish Jack Parsley would get back into it. He was a very good up-and-coming young racer. But I think he's doing Airsoft now, which is good. I get it. Once it stops being fun for them, it doesn't make sense them doing it anymore. Remember, we're here to have fun in RC. There's a very small percentage, like 0.0001% of people that do this for a living and become professionals. It's an absolute grind to do that. So, oh yeah, he's definitely going to Manila. I saw that he is. So, but Ongaro is going too, and Ongaro kicked butt there last year. So, but it'd be good to see him, Ryan Lutz, Pavidis, Ongaro, and Bernard Zach get it on. I love that track. Love that track. Where's Aiden Martin? Is he watching football? I think City's playing today, so I'll be looking for scores while I do that, as I'm trying to share my Instagram with Max Mort. I'm not figured out how to do that yet. Oh boy. Mitch on the mic. Infamous. Probably one of the most infamous pictures in RC from the 2023 Worlds, where his car was it your car that was on the bottom with the with Nelson doing the from The Simpsons? I think it was either your car on the bottom or you smashing into the other car, but probably one of the most epic pics we've ever seen from an RC race. It was epic. Yeah, I heard Alex had servo issues in Q2. Okay, yeah, that was so famous. Unsure if it's a dodgy. I love Australian and English commentary. Dodgy. I'm adding that to my repertoire of words. But two separate mechanical failures within the server is very rare for Alex. Yes. Unfortunate, but that happens. Maybe he got a bad batch. Maybe they're trying some new ones. I'm not sure. So, unfortunate for him. So, but I hope he has some better luck in the Philippines. And I would love to see a show between those four racers. Unfortunately, Alex doesn't get to travel much. I know he went to New Zealand last year. Oh, sorry, not New Zealand. He went to Silver State last year. And that is a very hard race to compete in. So, ooh. Hector's got something snapping over there. It's just an iced tea. Holder. All right. So we got one more heat of nitro practice, and then we get to our second qualifier of the E-Buggies. Macainhas. I don't know how to say that. Federação de Máquinas. Federation de Máquinas, I would say. That's what that means. I have never been to Australia, Mitch. It is definitely on the list. I am avidly looking for the filer scene. I truly believe it exists in the outback of Australia. But I would love to go to Australia. There's been talks about me trying to get there. It's kind of a trip that if I go, I do want to spend a few extra days, or go a few days prior or a few extra days after, so I can see a few things. Hopefully we can work on that for this year or maybe next year. We shall see. But would love to go visit another part of the Commonwealth. I know you guys ain't part of it now anymore. As a fellow Commonwealther myself. But one day I'll get over there. One day. I know quite a lot of the Australian racers and have gotten familiar with them over the years. Love Australian humor. I would love to tell the story about the first time I met the McBrides. I had been hanging out with, this was at RCGP 2019. I was hanging out with the Dexters. So it was Ben and Aaron Dexter and their dad. So they called me a name there, and it says a term of endearment, and I can't say the name on the stream, but let's just say it begins with an S. One word has an S, and the other word has a C. So I loved it. And the first time I went up and met the McBrides, I went up and said, "Hey, how you doing?" And I said this term, and they looked at me like with bewilderment, and then I said, "What? I heard it's a term of endearment in Australia," and they just cracked up laughing. I had a good time with the Dexters at RCGP. They were younger back then too. Now they're all grown up. In fact, I gave Aaron Dexter the nickname the Thylacine. He hasn't used it in a long time. I really like those guys. Had a lot of fun with them. Good friends with Zach and Ben. Zach, Ryan, and Ben Panic. And really like what they're doing with the Asian Buggy Championships as well. I've gotten to know Tony Firth, who works with the other RC Race Media, I believe, as well. We talk frequently. So, very familiar with the Australian scene. Hopefully I'll get over there. They're in Asia. I would love to get to Australia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, to do some RC and enjoy the culture.
Calma, piloto. Isto é
And
pouco.
a little bit of a vacation there. One day, hopefully. One day. You never know. I never say never because I am pretty much open to going anywhere. Oh, I've never met Josh Payne, but I've heard the stories. Okay, so I've got another story behind the nickname of the Thylacine. So, I don't know, man. I am obsessed. So I'll tell you what it is. I watched the Joe Rogan podcast, and they had this guy named Forrest Gallant on there who actually goes around looking for extinct, basically animals that are thought to be extinct, but still that are extinct, considered extinct, but still he thinks they're around. And this guy is awesome. He works on Animal Planet or something. He's crazy. So he's found a few animals that they think they're extinct. He's looked for the giant sloth. He's traveled into the Amazon to like tribes that barely see people and all this type of stuff. And he got on a discussion of it's called the Tasmanian tiger as well. The thylacine. And I just like the name, I don't know, thylacine. I couldn't pronounce it for the longest while. So he was talking about how he believes that the thylacine still exists in Australia. And I fully believe him. So I don't know. I think it became a topic on the podcast, like of something I believe. And then I just started calling Aaron that because he was Australian. That's the only reason I called him that. So, and people didn't know what a thylacine was, right? So I just liked it being good. I come up with the weirdest nicknames. JC3 is probably the best one because it actually means something. Like it's Juan Carlos Carrasco, so it's JC3. But yeah, I don't know. That's it. I'm obsessed with the thylacine being alive and just hiding from everybody. Go look up Tasmanian tiger if you want to know what a thylacine is. So, Josh Payne and his comments on Facebook make me laugh so much. He is brutally honest. Brutally honest. Yeah. And then it became Mullet Man because then he had that mullet, Aaron Dexter, for the longest while. Oh man, that was horrendous. But good fun, those guys. I do enjoy my time with them. And been a long time since I'm hung out with them, to be honest. So. Yeah, I don't know, man. Some of the things that come off of my brain, I just kind of make them up as I go along. Let's see, who else have I nicknamed? The Viking, and then I said that Swedes never really had Vikings, but then they did. Iceman Mason Fuller, his dad actually gave me that name, and I started using it. The Mayfield, I know just because he's the Mayfield. JQ has very many nicknames by me. Beaker has been the one that stuck. Also used to be called him Rupert Pumpernickels. Robert Battier is now called Bobby because he goes out there and does Bobby smashes. Who else have I nicknamed? Quite a few. I don't know. I think putting nicknames to these drivers brings some sort of personality to them and gives them something to talk about. As you know, Mitch, when you're doing this type of stuff, you got to think of things to talk about. And I don't know. So it took a while for JC3 to come around. I gave him many nicknames prior to that. But we kind of stuck on JC3. I even told him, I said, it's JC3 from now on. And he says, yes, I like that one. I'm just watching this young kid out there on the bleachers. And he is geeking right out over the RC cars. He's over there moving his hands. Polish Punisher? Yes. He hasn't accepted that one yet. So now I just call him the Punisher. And he is punishing the competition. absolutely in 10 scale and 12 scale. He is absolutely fast. Mikhail Orlowski. But Aaron Dexter, good chap, very fast. Probably getting a little older now, more focused on work and real life. But one minute he's still one of the top drivers in Australia. His brother, I think, completely stopped racing. He's now a police officer, Ben. But good people, good people. See, I get Australian humor and how you talk and all that stuff. So I get it fully. I enjoy it. Lee Fido, how are you? We got 3 minutes and 57 seconds left, and then we're going to be moving on to our second round of qualifying of the E-Buggy class. There you get to see some of the top guys going around this track. We have got it done. We saw JC3 going into full four-wheel drive drifts on some of these corners. An absolute beautiful facility here in Guarda. It's a little bit overcast today, so the temperatures are a little lower. Wind is out. Yesterday we did have some sun. We would have loved to have this weather at the IBC last weekend. There you see, it's gray. I was up waiting for everybody to leave this morning. I was sitting outside of our Airbnb and just listening to the birds and the nature. It was pretty impressive. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful here in Guarda. Very close to the Spanish border, I'm told. So I notice people on this over here speak Spanish pretty good, so it's easier for me to communicate with them. But hopefully we don't get any of the rain that's supposed to come. And I guess while we got 2 minutes left to go, let's talk about the other big race that's going on this weekend over there in White Pine, Tennessee, the Psycho Nitro Blast, the 17th iteration of that race. Absolute massive track. You see David Ronnefalk over there. I was talking to some of my friends. They said Dakota Fenn and Ronnefalk looking very impressive, very fast right off the bat. So our fourth big race of the year. Can we have a fourth different winner? All right, so our chat's been kind of quiet. I guess everybody's taking a break. It is almost 11 o'clock here. Yeah, wow, time flies. I didn't realize what time it was. But definitely looking forward to the upcoming Nitro Buggy World Championships in Redovon. Looking forward to going back to Redovon. Looking forward to seeing. Yeah, they were just doing some switching, Nils. I think they just avoided that. I think they were doing some switching over, and I guess they had to fade too long. Definitely looking forward to the. Ooh, somebody just smacked the fence out there. Looking to seeing what the Baldo brothers come up with track-wise for Redovon. Looking forward to seeing the Americans also coming over and racing in Europe. It doesn't happen much. They seem to be very excited about. They seem to be very excited about the. You know, they kind of use 2022. They know what they have going into that. I mean, that's not a. I kind of agree with you there as well, Martin. I think. David Ronnefalk is definitely a strong contender for that, especially now on the open tires, on which he wasn't on the Euros last year. Obviously, JC3, who won the European Championships there. Davide Angaro as well. Yeah, obviously, we can't count out Dakota Fenn, who was extremely fast at the Worlds in 2022. Ryan Mayfield. We've got guys like Mason Fuller as well. Who else can we look at? Bruno Coelho, always fast. So it's going to be interesting to see who can do well. Boots, Elliot Boots, who finished second, who has won a European Championship there. Boots is on an absolute tear right now. Finished second, a very strong second at the Euros. I mean, Boots won. He'll be the first 1/8 scale European, 1/8 scale UK champion. It's pretty crazy to think with the amount of years they have been racing 1/8 scale in the UK. How they have, it's only been 2 guys to win a 8 scale European championship, and that's Boots and why is the name escaping my Bloomfield. I remember watching that race for Bloomfield. Had the pleasure to see Borat Killick driving 2 weeks ago at our club series, just put on 1.2 seconds gap on the fastest guy on a 13-second lap. That sounds like Borat. I was actually with them last weekend. Me, Borak, Barkan, we all went out to dinner in Barcelos. Love me the Killicks. Me and Barkan and I are pretty good friends. Great young man. Smart, super smart young man. Borak loves RC. I like these shirts. I need to get myself a shirt. He's got a staff shirt. Okay. I think a bronze shirt is perfect for RC. Doing some, making sure the cars slide through the boxes. We saw a problem with this at the World Championships in 2022, where cars were getting stuck in that box, but it was more that I think it was getting dirty and it had oil sticking in there, so the cars weren't able to roll through freely. And then Gord Testman goes, I just throw some dust on the wheels and then it slides through there, no problem. Buenos dias, Maestro Racing TV. Buenos dias y bienvenidos. Only 4 drivers in this heat, Morgan. It's very low count here at the E-Buggy World Cup. Two heats of 4. But don't go anywhere, because you're about to see Juan Carlos Canas, João Figueiredo, and Montero put on a good show.
Let's do some marshalling.
Guarda a câmara e desliga. Guarda a câmara. I think. Guarda a câmara, não estava desnutrido. Desliga. Pode ser no fim de descer. Acho que não. Se ele disser para ir às verificações técnicas. Não. Guarda.
As these drivers get ready to do a little bit of sweeping, now you're about to see some fast racing as Juan Carlos Canas and João Figueiredo getting some 4-wheel drive drifts. The E-Buggies are very fast in here, going out on Cosmos and Stalker's big knobby tires to make up for the dust. Enjoy your day of nitro burning there, Niels. You've got the right idea. Burn nitro. It's the glory. You have a good day too, man. Have fun. Is it a race or just practice? All right, as these drivers get ready, get their warm-up laps, and we're going to get some up close and personal enjoy, man. Practice is fun too. Burn lots of nitro. All 16% of it.
Seconds to start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so let's watch JC3 as he gets on the clock on this lap. Let's see what type of lap times he is throwing down. JC3 having fun out there, but still trying to do well, which I understand, absolutely. There is going to be a 33.2 for JC3. He's currently on a 10-lap 5:32 pace. He was knocking on the door of a 10-lapper previously. He's looking to get in there and get the best chance that he can get. Also, you know, trying to get that practice on his new JC3 J Concepts tires. Was talking to him about it, said he loves them in the USA. So it's doing very well for him. All right, JC3 just on a 33.2, still on that 10-lap pace. Can Joao Figueiredo get there? He has to make up 2 seconds. Now we are watching the 10-time Portuguese national champion, Joao Figueiredo, now on his Techno car, making his way double, triple over that Dragon's Back, my favorite section of the track as he comes down through this quad. Let's see if he sends it into the face. Almost. Joao spending 12 years with Kyosho, double single. And that's going to be a 33.5. The only person dipping down into this 32-second laps is JC3. Joao now 4 seconds off a 10-lap pace, so he lost some time there. Ricardo Monteiro in 4, followed by the young Spaniard David Todd. So JC3, the toast of the town right now. He wants to get that World Cup status next to his... Oh, Joao just casing that jump, losing some power. Probably just got a lot of wheel spin coming into the face of that jump and just not able to put the traction to the ground and make it. we are on tap with Ricardo Monteiro. Him and his family, very nice people. Got to spend some time with him and talk with them. And been racing for quite a long time. His father and Ricardo actually raced the European Championships here in 2010, which we're trying to figure out if he won the Euro Bs that year as well. He is a Euro B champion. Something I would like to see initiated in Raw is a Nationals B over in the USA. Would be good, I think. But also maybe a Nationals B where the teams go and support them and help them out. Ricardo driving for X-Ray. Used to be a long-time TLR driver. Joined the X-Ray team in 2021, I believe, or earlier. JC3 still on that 10-lap pace. Just threw down his fast lap of a 32.6. And now we are actually watching David Todd from Spain with 40 seconds left to go. He just threw down a fast lap of a 33.8. That's his fast second 33.3, sorry. So David Todd able to get down into those low 33s. Joao knocking on the door of a 32. Still 3.6 seconds off a 10-lap pace. I think we're going to see a good race between Joao and Canas. And a good race between Monteiro and this young man, David Todd, as the day goes by. 5 seconds left to go. This is Q2 of 4. Drivers have to go get their cars teched, make sure they go through the technical box and voltage prior. They have to do a voltage checks prior to going on the track. And we are back on board with JC3. That S-Rex buggy, now powered by Reds Electronics with that JC rubber. JC3 to JC Concepts. Well, J Concepts, not JC Concepts. And making easy work of that. And that is going to be his 10th lap. And we will see our first 10-lap run for Juan Carlos Canas Carrasco. Yao Figueiredo in second, Ricardo Monteiro in third, and David Todd fourth. Up next, we have Heat 2, Q2, Thomas Musso, Haro Sandro, Christian Villar, and Carlos Fonseca.
Não, deixa estar. Esquece. Vai estar em embaraçado e não peça, não. Esquece, deixa estar. Deixa estar no chão. Mas quando chegar a minha logo à tarde, o que é que fazemos?
Drivers from Heat 1.
All right. There you see how things are working in tech area.
Heat 2, check the batteries. Marshall, to your position.
All right. as we get ready to go here.
The track will open in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
One minute and 30 seconds to go. Thomas Musso in the Corrali.
To open the track.
Yeah, about that. Less than that, Volta. Not a big turnout here for the
Marshals.
IFMAR E-Buggy World Cup, unfortunately. But the race must go on.
Peraí, deixa estar assim, deixa estar assim. Deixa estar, tá online.
20 seconds.
Tropical fruits, yes. Yes. Definitely need some of those, Paulo. Definitely. Definitely. Paulo teased me. He knows I like those. I really do like those gummies.
And smells good, says Paul.
I'm sure it does. He's teasing me. Had the pleasure of working with Paulo and Helder last year at the IBC. We're working together again, as well as James from the RC Racing TV crew. As we get ready for our second round of qualifying here at the inaugural E-Buggy World Cup in the Macainha sector of Guarda, Portugal. Felix, what's up, buddy? Felix, there's very low turnout, buddy. There's only 8 E-Buggies here, so they're doing 4 and 4. Very low turnout for the World Cup, unfortunately. I saw you was racing the Nationals, Felix. How's things going for you down in Australia? 20% fruit. How's things in Australia, man? You seen any great white sharks yet? Yeah, Felix, very low turnout, but as I said earlier, they actually have to hold this race according to IFMAR rules in order for the official World Championships next year, September-ish, I think they're thinking of doing it, for the E-Buggy. You're in New Zealand now? I thought you was in Australia. Hello, Roxy PDA from Michigan, tuning in early. The time is 11 o'clock here, so 1 more hour and PMB qualifying starts. In Michigan?
7, 6, 5, 4.
Already? So then PMB's already started. All right. We are following Thomas Musso in that Corrali. Let's see what he does on his first lap around this track. And that is a 34 full for him. He's currently on a 9.509 pace. Lots of testing going on. They're trying different things. It's not that big, Roxy. It's about a normal American-sized track, I would say. The big track was in Barcelos, where I was last weekend. So you're living in New Zealand now, Felix, or just visiting? I thought you lived in Australia. Thomas Musso, followed by the Israeli Harold Sandarov, Christian Villar from Spain, and Carlos Fonseca in fourth. Musso making his way over that dragon's back. Double, triple is the answer for the day. Right. Okay, so you're just in New Zealand on vacation. Awesome. Musso, safe line, single, double. We saw Zhao trying for the double single early in case that jump. There's Harold, the young driver from Israel. Says he's really looking forward to Redovan in September. Was there in 2022. Has been to various different big events here in Europe. A very solid driver. Prefers Nitro though, as he let us know in his interview. If you are familiar with European track builders, you'll see that this track is very much Mugello style. There's Harold. I called him Alexander Hagberg's doppelganger. I saw him yesterday and I was like, oh man, this is Alexander Hagberg's brother. Harold going back up over that dragon's back. And there is Musso making his way. That was a 37-1. Long lap for Musso. He's now on a 9.5-12 pace. There's Fonseca in that all-orange Kyosho. Harold coming by, and Harold now to the top with a 34-4. Harold currently on a 9.5-11. He'll be looking to take a win here. There's Musso, fully concentrated. Christian Villar right next to him. Fonseca to his left with the Sanwa radio. Musso making easy work, looking to take over that top spot. He has two. Oh, he just takes over that top spot as Harold. Musso throws on a 33.8, so he's now on a 9.5-11 pace. Harold, though, still on a 9.5-10. Let's see what it is when he comes across this lap. Harold in second with a 34.2. So something's going on with scoring here, because Musso should be behind him. Fonseca just casing that jump, but no harm, no foul. Is able to make the triple. Long time Portuguese racer. His father was here yesterday, cracking a lot of jokes. Part of the Portuguese Association for many years as well. Musso now on a 9.5-10. Harold Sandarov on a 9.5-11. Musso, the only one in this class to drop down to just 33-second lap times. All right, so Musso gonna take the win here. Not sure where that's gonna set him overall. Christian Villar not happy with that last lap crash. You can see it in his face. Alrighty, so that ends our Q2. I think I'm going to just slip off to the facilities real quick and be back shortly. I'll be back talking to you guys in a minute. Give me 2 minutes. All cars for technical inspection.
Próxima corrida, treino 3 de Nitro. Pilotos da Manga 1 vão se preparando. Pilotos da Manga 2 vamos pisar.
Sí. Queda, bueno, me queda lejos, pero no queda...
Sí, no es...
Claro.
Es asequible.
Sí, sí. Todo lo que sea RC desde allí, pues como no te vayas aquí al norte a Barcelos,
Sí,
el resto, en Galicia los circuitos son una mierda. Y entonces Asturias desde Vigo queda lejísimo.
sí,
Y también tiene 2 circuitos tal, y los más chulos son allí, Valladolid, los dos que hay.
sí, sí.
Por 4 minutos, barulho na pista para Manga 1. Ora, pista 2, pessoal da Manga 2, aos lugares de pistagem. A pista vai abrir em 3 minutos. Já temos pistador no seu lugar. Falta só o nosso amigo Martins. Já está a dirigir para lá. Minuto para abrir a pista, menos disso, 50 segundos.
All right, we are back. I am back. And JW Smart RC, this is being held in Guarda, Portugal. Luisa Taibio, you can go to the My RCM CH. It's what they use for the European races, mostly like European championships. MyRCMCH.com and look up. I actually have it here. Look up. I can't post it in the chat, unfortunately. Look up the IFMAR World Cup 1/8 scale electric off-road in OSB. Yeah, you'll see one IFMAR World Cup. Yeah, Unfortunately, JW, not a lot of entries here, but we still go on and persist with the coverage and the race because IFMAR requires this race to be held in order for the World Championships to be held here next year. No problem. What's up, man? Thank you. Las Vegas. I heard you guys are getting a big covered facility over there in Pahrump, not too far from Las Vegas. So it'll be interesting to see how that all unveils. I want to say a big thank you to our sponsors for making this all happen. They are Rudog EU, S-Works, Hot Race Tires, Hobby Wing, and X-Ray. Thank you for all the support and getting us here. This is a collaboration between the local Portuguese Federation and RC Racing TV. As we get ready for 2 more rounds of qualifying and I think 1 or 2 finals today. Depends also. It's the weather is looking a little bit iffy at the moment, so. As things have gotten going at the PMB as well, it looks like, for a round of qualifying. Well, it's supposed to start at 6. My timing's off a little bit at the moment. Let's see. Ooh! A club race at the world famous Silver Bowl. I went there many years ago. 2005. Yeah, IFMAR probably does need to update their calendar. Roxy, amongst many other things. That website's a little bit archaic. It's not an official world championship, by the way, Roxy. It's just a World Cup. Because Aros Suisse, there's only 8 entries. There's not many entries here. Enjoy the club race, JW. I know that Las Vegas tracks is still open, right? Does it still look the same? And I went in, the last time I went there was 2019. No, not really, Roxy. People knew about this race since last year. It was supposed to happen last year. It even had a low turnout schedule for last year. It's not an official world championship, so people just don't come. It's invited for everybody around the world to come. Yeah, there's a big race over in America going on right now called the Psycho Nitro Blast as well. And then it's not the official world championship. The official world championship is next year at the Barcelos track, where I was last weekend. So, awesome. He says, I'm a beginner, but I'm running my sledge and my HBI Blitz in the short course class. Sweet, have fun. Sledge is a good piece of kit. But eventually you're going to have to upgrade to a real race kit at some point. But enjoy it, man. Always good to see new people getting into RC. It's an awesome hobby / sport. If you really, I got to throw a shameless plug. Go over to the No Name RC Podcast Facebook page. Sorry, YouTube page. And we have a plethora. We have over 279 episodes of pure RC geeking out. And I'm sure you'll find something that you enjoy there. But enjoy your race day. And you got that awesome new facility that's coming out to you guys in Pahrump. Two-wheel drive carpet is awesome, Roxy. I love two-wheel drive carpet. Awesome. Changing the layout at the end of the month. Man, I went to the Super Bowl back in 2005, and I went to the 2005 Silver State, which was being held at the first year at Boulder City. We went out to the Super Bowl for some practice. It was not the same as it is now. It was pretty beat up, but we still had fun. We spent a day out there practicing. Myself, Paul Coleman, two guys from myself, and my other buddy from Bermuda, and Mark Davis. Actually met JQ there that year. He doesn't remember that. It is a very nice track. Yeah, man. Well, the buggy, I would say, go for a buggy. It makes you a better driver. Truggy it's awesome, but it breeds bad habits. You can get into that when you get a little bit better. So, oh. But this is a very nice facility. I think they're celebrating their anniversary. I think they opened in 1953, so 71 years. Wow, that's a long time. It's not an RC. It's not been an RC track for all the time. It's been a football club, a shooting club. It's like a local club where they have meetings and stuff. Yeah. Well, stick with electric until you feel comfortable going to Nitro, man. Nitro is a lot of work. I do not suggest it for beginners because it is quite a lot of maintenance and work and a very steep learning curve. E-Buggy is perfect for beginners, especially when you're making that transition from the type of vehicles like the ready-to-run vehicles that you're running. So just, enjoy RC, get ready for E-Buggy, just because it's easier to get parts and, they're just a little bit more agile and competitive. And then go from there. Because once you get into it, you just don't come back. So go with electric to start out. If you want to do Nitro at some point, that's fine too. But I find most people who do eventually want to get to Nitro because Nitro is the glory, and that's the most prestigious class in RC, then two-wheel drive. But you know what? E-Buggy is about to be really prestigious too in 2025 when they have their first ever World Championships. I know this is the World Cup, but it's not the official World Championship. As right now, the Nitro guys are just out there getting some practice. I know this is the E-Buggy World Cup, but they invited the Nitro guys to come here and have some practice along with them. Well, Cliff, man, I'm sorry your experience with the Nitro wasn't great. I don't know what part of the world you're in, but E-Buggy is a lot easier, and you spent a lot of money on Nitro. If you spent 10K and didn't, you should have spent it on. That's a lot of money to spend on Nitro. Whatever is popular there, JW, I would suggest you get. If there's a lot of Mugen there, then maybe get a Mugen car because you will have people to help you out. If you need a part, I'm sure somebody will have one for you. Easy to get parts. If you don't want to get a Mugen, get a car that you like. So, $10K on Nitro. How many Nitros did you have? Like I said, it's not a beginner class. I'm sure we have people coming tomorrow as well for the Nitro race. We shall see.
Aí está. Grupo terminou. Vamos para o grupo 2.
No, I would not get an HPI to race. I would get more of a race quality car. TLR is good. Oh, okay. I would get maybe a Techno. Sounds good. They have very good E-Buggies and very good E-Truggies. Probably the best truggies in the market. TLR is all right. Associated's nice. Mugen's great. But S-Works is good. I would go with Techno seems to have a very good team, lots of help, and seems like a very good piece of kit if you want to be different. Cliff says, I'm in Australia. It was over a course of about 8 years. Okay, well, that's actually a little bit of money then. I couldn't tell you the amount of money I spent on Nitro racing and RC over the years. I'd probably be able to build a house. And you had a lot of cars. That's 15 cars in that time. Yeah, Techno is a good piece of kit. I actually have their monster truck, and it's very nice. I like it. It's a good piece of kit. But I would steer away. HBI is more of a, or unless you're talking about HB. But I wouldn't. I would go with something that's popular and you can get parts for, because you don't want to be at the track and break something or be waiting 2-3 months for a part. You know, so Techno, Mugen, Associated, S-Works all have a bunch of parts. TLR seems to be having a little part shortage, but not on the 8 scale side, more on the 10 scale side. Yeah, the Sledge is a good piece of kit. I actually want a X-Max for myself, but when it comes on to get into the real racing, and when you get into that, you'll see that you're gonna need something a little bit more beefy, a little bit more, I don't mean to say beefy, what's the word I'm looking for? More race proven. Does that make sense? As we get ready for our second heat of Nitro practice. Yeah, but to be honest, JW, I don't know if you wanna. I think the amount of money that you will probably put into making that a pure race truck, you could have got yourself a truggy. So I'm not saying that I saw one guy had a nice sledge set all up and he was racing it. But if you want to do it just for fun, cool, that's no problem. But if you want to get a pure race vehicle, I would say probably get a name brand race vehicle. My most Cliff says my most trustworthy car that still runs is a Tamiya gravel horn. Dude, I'm gonna have to Google that. I've never heard of the gravel horn. Let me look that up right now. Probably under a different name from what I'm used to. And you bought it in your early 20s and you're now 41. Oop. Let me look up this thing. There we go. Oh, okay. There you go. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I think if you go to RC Autopsy on RC Racing TV, the actual channel of this, you'll see where Lee Martin breaks down his old Tamiya car. So check it out on RC Racing TV, RC Autopsy, with Lee Martin and Trish from Schumacher, and they look at older cars, and I think Lee dissects his Euros winning or World's winning Tamiya car that he ran with, and Tamiya was really big into the off-road racing scene. Just if you go to videos, you'll see it there, and check it out. It's actually pretty cool. The brainchild of RC Racing TV, or RC Autopsy. Ooh, that nice smell of nitro in the morning. How I've missed it for a few days. Okay, Virginia, I don't speak French, but I'm asking, I guess you're asking, where is this course? It's in Guarda, Portugal. Howder tempts me with more candy. 5 minutes and 36 seconds left to go. Let's chat RC. Hello, Danielle. No, these do not sound like E-Buggies. They don't smell like them either. Yeah, so they invited the Nitro guys to come up and run this weekend just to boost the run time and the entrance because of the low entry count here. So a few of the Portuguese guys are here racing some 8 scale. They will be more will come tomorrow. They'll have some finals tomorrow. So they're just taking their practice. They didn't get a chance to practice yesterday. A lot of people were working yesterday, so they came today. And it is good to see some Nitro cars. I wish Joao Figueiredo and those guys would have bought their cars and they could put on a show too. They're more focused on the electric side of things. So, all good stuff. Uh-oh, somebody running out of gas there.
Atenção na reta 3. Já está livre.
That's actually a very nice track, Danielle. I was pleasantly surprised when I came here. They have done a great job. Miguel Esquelda came and did the track layout here recently. It's a great facility. You can see they have that big area with the roof. The black building in front of us is where they pit. They also have pitting along the sides. Where you see that flag, that red flag up in the air, that is actually the Sagers flag. That's actually, it's no wind right now. Seems like, and just as I say that, the wind picks up. That's the little clubhouse. They have food and frosty beverages right there. And we are actually located in the big yellow building where the driver's stand is. It's humongous. I think this was built for the 2010 IFMAR European Championships. And it, where you see race director, right where this, like, I'm right above where those two guys are talking right now. So it's a humongous driver stand and media center and everything else. So they've done a good job here. I think this track is highly supported by the local government, so that allows them to do certain things. Okay, so no lunch break. Going right into the E-Buggy finals after qualifier 4. Because we're expecting some rain here shortly. Okay, so we're about to have a new schedule. With the rain coming. They are worried about that. That's truly understandable. Oh, tonight we're having a party apparently. Here celebrating the anniversary of this club at 9 o'clock tonight. Looks like we're gonna have some live music and some festivities. And I think they'll be streaming this as well. So should be interesting. Join us for the festivities later on tonight.
Next run will be qualification run number 3.
They're also allowing Nitro to run her as well, Lionel. The E-Buggies are coming up next. The Nitro Buggies are just practicing. They'll have a race, a separate race tomorrow. The E-Buggy race will be done today.
In due time.
What time is it there in Las Vegas, JW? You got to be up at 6 a.m. That's not too far along. Too far away. $3 a.m.? 4 a.m.? Oh, you better get some sleep. Or just stay up. Don't worry about getting any sleep. Just pack your stuff and go sleep at the track. As we're taking a slight break between the third round of qualifying. I went in and had a look at the guys' cars earlier, and lots of big knobby tires going on there. So it should be interesting to see. Some four-wheel drifts. Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of... I don't know what to tell you, JW. Just don't go sleep. You might not wake up at 6. You're up already. So you might as well have some coffee and have a good breakfast and wait for the coffee to do what coffee does. And get ready to the track. But have fun, buddy. Have fun at the Super Bowl. Do you guys race at the Las Vegas tracks at all? Where they have the 2016 World Championships?
Get ready.
So you're like these Portuguese guys here. They drink coffee at night to put them to sleep. Complete opposite of thing of what coffee does. So, don't know how that works. Silver State is at Silver State's been in a few different locations in Las Vegas. It's been at the Silver Bowl, where you go. It's been at Boulder City, where I went back in 2005. It's currently being held at, what's that hotel name? I was just there a couple years ago. South Point. It's held at the South Point. It's coming up actually first weekend of May, so it's not too far away. So they held it indoor in the horse arena in the South Point. All right, so we're about ready to see our top heat of E-Buggy coming up. Juan Carlos Canas, I must call him João Monteiro, Ricardo Monteiro, João Figueiredo, and David Todd.
Marshals to your position.
Well, thank you, James. You're a gentleman and a scholar. We don't want to look like... I do would like a tart.
20 seconds.
And, you know, one of those little tarts. I know. And I'll have another... I'll have another coffee.
A coffee and a tart.
Yes. For the tart. Just moved from Washington State 10 months ago. I didn't even know racing was... Yeah, it's big. The PNW is huge for RC. They have big indoor races during the winter, during the whole year. And people come from all over the PNB to those races up there. I've been to one as well. I visited one. So you actually left a very big spot of RC up there in the Pacific Northwest. So not as big as it is in Vegas, but you are close to California. So when you do really start getting serious, you'll probably make some trips over to California to check it out. It's just dude, I'm pretty familiar with almost all the race scenes around the world. I've been working in this industry now for 7 years and been following RC. I've been an RC racer for over 25. So I'm very familiar with many of the scenes. My podcast reaches out to quite a lot of people around the world. And I'm now doing this commentary with different organizations, different live streams. And getting a chance to travel around the world and talk RC with you all as we get ready for our top heat. Let's see what JC3 can do. He was looking very fast. There's David Todd. He's on the clock. Oh, nope, sorry, they haven't started yet. There's JC3, our current European champion, the black jacket, red hoodie with the S-Works driver. No hat. David Todd's with the hat. It's Ricardo Montero in the X-ray blue and black jacket, and João Figueiredo at the very end of the driver's stand behind that pillar. Now we are going to follow JC3, our current TQ. Can he wrap it up? Well, he's probably wrapped it up. He'll wrap it up with a TQ here. He is the only one to do a 10-lap Q qualifier, and he's going to look to repeat that here in Q3. This race is in Guarda, Portugal, Jan. Yep, I watched it as well, JW. I didn't go this year. I've been almost every year. I think it's 4 Dirt Nitro challenges I've been to. Is it 4? I missed COVID and I missed 2021. Right, I went to 2020. So I went 2018, 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023, 5 DNCs. It was a very awesome final. This guy's teammate, S-Works driver Elliot Boots from the UK, took the win, followed by the Viking David Ronnefolk. And JC3 ran on a 32.5, and he is back on a 10-lap 5:25 pace. It's JC3 followed by David Todd, the other Spaniard here. He's on a 9-lap 5:04. Figueiredo way down the line. Not sure what's going on with Figueiredo. He was fast in practice yesterday. Maybe searching for some grip. There's David Todd actually right now, a second place driver. So he's looking to get up and fight with the big dogs here. He's been getting faster each time he's hit the track. João jumping up top with a 33.3. He's now in second. He's on a 5:04 pace, 5:09 pace. But David Todd still in second, 9.504. Joao in that new Techno ride. 12 years with Kyosho, making the switch to Techno. Sorry, I almost said Kyosho. It's making the switch to Techno this year for 2024. And also tires, to hot race tires. Was on Proline for a very long time. Ooh. Little two-wheel action by Joao. Very talented driver, coming off a very stellar 2000, I would say end of 2022, and a great 2023 for him. Owner of the Barcelos track, where we had the IBC last weekend that was rained out. Unfortunate for Portugal in racing this weekend, this year, with the IBC getting rained out, which is one of the bigger races in Europe. I think they're going to move it back to May, like it was last year when I visited. And then obviously with the not so stellar turnout here at the E-Buggy World Cup. But David Todd throwing on a 34-1, his fast lap of a 33-3. Joao Figueiredo for 33-3-7. But nobody dropping on into that 32-second lap besides JC3. Here's Ricardo Monteiro, the X-Ray driver. Probably the oldest driver on the driver stand in this heat, as he does the double triple and just cases that, loses a 1/10 of a second by not landing on the down grain of that jump properly. And there's Ricardo, fully focused. Last year at the IBC, we had an excellent race in E-Buggy between Juan Carlos Canas and Ungaro. And then a great Nitro final, which Joao Figueiredo led for quite a long time. And with, I think, the last few minutes of the race, he made a big mistake, and that cost him the lead. And we saw this man, JC3, and the two-time and current world champion, Davide Ungaro, battled it out to the very end, where Canas pipped him for the victory in the end. Hola, Eduardo. Sí, no hay mucha gente. ¿Qué pasa? La gente no está muy motivado para la World Cup. Entonces, IFMAR dice que tiene que hacer la carrera aquí, obligado, en preparación por el primero campeón del mundo en el próximo año, que va a estar en Barcelos, Portugal. Perdóname, mi español no es perfecto. At 32.8 for Canas, and we are following him now with 4 seconds left to go. Hopefully he comes out in Q4 and just sends it. Zero responsibility.
Okay, the race is over.
All right, there you have a great overhead shot of this facility. It's absolutely stunning up here. So beautiful place, beautiful track, beautiful facility. I'm right here. If you can see that big yellow building where the driver stand is, we're just stashed off here. A massive building that they have built back in 2010, I'm told. It's I just don't understand why we don't have a lot of the Portuguese drivers coming out here to race. This is a beautiful facility, but I think you'll see some more come tomorrow for Nitro racing. I do understand that a lot of them went to the IBC last weekend and it got rained out. Weather might be scaring people with the threat of rain today, so that's unfortunate. And our second heat of E-Buggy is getting ready to hit the track.
Marshals to your positions.
All right, so like I said, everybody just getting ready to.
The track will be open in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Lefty stuck in fun.
Oh, James comes bringing gifts. Oh no, tarts.
I will take the picture.
Oh, we got some donuts. Ooh. That's a lot of donut there, James. Okay, I'm about to say. Oh, I haven't had one of these.
Oh, sorry. I warn you, they're very sugary.
I can, wow, that.
Sugar's good everywhere, so don't eat it over your keyboard.
My friend says, if I don't give him something to eat, he go away.
Here you go.
Do you want something? I'm going to get some.
No, like in the end.
Paolo wants a pastry. All right, so our next heat of the E-Buggy is up. Heat 2, Q3. One more qualifier to go, then we're going straight into mains. No lunch break with the threat of lluvia, rain, Jova coming this way. Man, this is going to be challenging to eat. But I shall overcome this challenge that James has presented in front of me of eating the extra sweet Portuguese pastry that is in front of me now. I can feel the sugar rush about to hit me. It's going to be pretty good. All right, so let's get ready for Q3 Heat 2. Is our chat still working? Did our restream go down? Nope, we're still here. Yeah, I got it. Nobody's talking to us at the moment. All right, so let's get ready to go as these drivers get out on their first laps. Five-minute qualifiers here. All cars have to go through pre-tech for the batteries. Oh, no, why did he do that? He's gonna miss a lap. He's going to completely miss a lap. Thomas Musso representing France, but really from Monaco. On a 9.507, so he'll find himself in a top 5 run. There's Thomas Musso in that pink and blue car. The Corrali converted, ready to run car to race vehicle. Corrali working on bringing out a full-blown race vehicle kits, full line of kits with Nitro Buggy, E-Buggy, E-Truggy, and Nitro Buggy. Musso making adjustments. went into the pits and looked at his car and the tires he's running. Oh my goodness, it brings me back to the attitude era of RC when crime fighters and bow ties were king. This is probably like definitely a crime fighter bow tie track, to be honest. Get it out in that fluff and just send it. We hope you guys are enjoying the coverage of this event brought to you by Rudog, S-Works, Hot Race Tires, Hobby Wing and X-Ray, and RC Racing TV. Please go over and hit that like, smash that like, sub, notification button. Go over to their Facebook and give them a follow. Been bringing content, RC content, since 2007 or prior. There's Christian Vilar. He was at the IBC, now making his way to this race. There were supposed to be some people that stayed for the IBC, from the IBC, but they went home after the weather. So, unfortunate for the organizers and the club. A very nice facility here. The club members have been exceptionally treated us very well. And very beautiful up here. My RC travels have taken me to many beautiful places, and Portugal has been one of the best. I'm very fortunate to travel for RC and have been enjoying it for quite some time. And that's not possible without the support of all you guys out there, my RC family around the world.
3, you have a fast car coming close. Thank you.
And now we're on board with long-time Portuguese racer Carlos Fonseca.
Thank you, Carlos.
Here's Harold Sandarov, the young man making the trip from Israel with his father. Right behind him is Carlos Fonseca. Harold on a 9.516. Always good. Our only really true non-European here, besides myself. Making the trip from Israel, coming here to race with his father, 15 years old. But nobody on Muso's pace. Muso dropping down to a 33.7. Just threw down a 33.8. He's on a current 9.506 pace. Harold turned on some very good lines for a young driver. Not taking any unnecessary risks. This car looks very low in the rear. Saw that yesterday. So, not sure. I guess that's how he likes it. Fits his style. Fonseca coming by in that all orange car. Back on top with our leader, Musa, who will finish with a 9.506 as he comes back into the pit. And Muso and the guy from Corrali constantly making changes on the car. You see Muso not too happy. And up next will be our next Nitro Buggy practice session. Hello, Mr. Chili. How you doing, man? Good morning to you, sir. Good to see you in the chat. Look at that. Great shot. And I'm going to take a slight break to have my very sugary coated pastry here that I've been avoiding all weekend, and James bought me one, but I'm very happy to have it. So I'll be back with Sugar Rush Energy commentating after this. We're going to get some Nitro practice in. Thank you guys for tuning in, and I will be back shortly.
Next run, próxima corrida, treinos de Nitro, manga 1. Pilotos da manga 1 vão se preparando.
Vai agora.
Ahora, ¿se para un poco o no?
Ok? Pessoal Nitro, abrimos a pista em 5 minutos e meio. 5 minutos e 30 segundos para abrir a pista para a manga 1 de Nitro. Pilotos da manga 2 já sabem que têm que fechar.
Pois é.
Eu disse, não, só que é muito cedo para ela vir. Aproveita a fim de semana para descansar.
Alrighty, guys, I am back and I am on full sugar rush right now, as well as caffeine after that deliciously sugarly flavored pastry that I have no idea what it was called that James bought me. It was excellent. Thank you, James. I enjoyed it. I am good to go for the next couple of hours. All good, Mr. Chili. How you doing, man? We are doing some e-buggy racing here. Yes, Roxy, smile. I am definitely smiling now. It's definitely getting grayer as we get along in the day. Interesting fact, they have their own big, giant mastiff here, mastiff dog here in Portugal. As you come into this track, it's a big, fluffy dog. He's used to keep predators like foxes and wolves away, because we are up in the mountains. And that type of stuff interests me, as I am a big dog fan. And trying to get a picture of him, but he keeps running away from me. He acts so mean when we come in here, but then when I try to call him, he doesn't come over. So we did see a fox the other day. First time I ever seen a fox in my life. as we get ready for some more nitro practice. 2 minutes before we get started on nitro practice. So later on tonight, we'll have the festivities for the anniversary of the federation here, of the club that is hosting this, the actual area that we are here in Macainha. You know what? I'm going to go look up the 2010 IFMAR European Championships here. I want to see what the track looked like back then. Because they held a IFMAR here. And Matt was here as well. Ooh, that Renault Savoia was a champion back then. Rory Holler, what's up?
Minuto para abrir a pista para a manga 1 de Nitro. Pilotos para a manga 2. Vamos pistar.
How you doing, Rory Harlow? Hope you're doing well up there in Wisconsin. You having your coffee? Is it snowing there? Is it still snowing there? You guys should be getting to summer. It's April now. Summer, spring. So. And we heard the nitro car starting up. There's Jose Figueredo. He's going to go out there and get some practice. We will not have any moving cameras for this. Just here to talk to you. So let's take some time to talk RC. Ask me any questions. I just looked. PMB is on the way with 20 hours of qualifying here to go. Let's see what the actual... I wish everybody there at the PMB good luck, be safe, have fun, enjoy it. Race time will be, we got one more qualifier hydra of the electric classes. They do have an exhibition nitro class here. Not much entries here, unfortunately. So they will do some nitro race. I think it's just João Figueiredo's dad out here in this run. More will be coming tomorrow. And then we got one more qualifier, but JC3 has already TQ'd this event. It's only 8 racers in the E-Buggy class. So we're going to do all 3 finals here today as well. So this will be done. Then we'll be ready to host the World Championships next year in September in Barcelos. Paulo is back. Estás bom? Tudo bem?
Eu hoje não estou aqui, vocês estão sempre a comer. Não é? Está sempre
Não mais para ahora.
Temos que manter a forma.
Sí, claro que sí. Rotunda es una forma bien también. Rotunda es una forma. Gordo. Gordo es feliz. Go get some coffee, Dwayne. I hope you need to have one of them big thermoses for work. And have coffee all the time. Steve O'Flynn. So just one car, they're getting some practice. That's Mr. Figueredo. He's getting better. Each practice session is going out there. You can see the nitro cars are actually starting to put on some oil, which is starting to help that line form out there as well, which is what these e-buggy guys wanted. So maybe they'll get some traction on there eventually. But I'm enjoying watching them slip and slide around the track. Uh-oh. There we see Jose getting it wrong. Jose, long-time racer, head of the Portuguese Federation. A big shout-out to the Figueiredo family and the Portuguese Federation for all their hard work. Desperately trying to grow RC. I want to say a big shout-out to Joao Duras, if he's paying attention watching this. I hope you're feeling better, sir. It's a shame I didn't get to see you this time around, but hopefully next year I'll see you again. It's going to be, I can't wait, the E-Buggy World Championships, first ever. Who will be your first ever E-Buggy World Championship in 2025? Let's talk about that while we're in the chat. So, first ever E-Buggy World Champions coming up at the B-Buggy Arena, which is actually where I was last week, where IBC takes place. It's a slightly bigger track. Actually, I'd say about the size of this track and then maybe another half lengthwise, and maybe out to that black building from maybe about half of that black building in depth. It's a glue track. It's high bite. It's high traction, and they're going to do a whole new layout for it for the E-Buggy World Championships. With E-Buggy becoming more and more of a popular class around the world. It's about time it had a world championship. We're seeing companies put a lot more thought and focus on the technology for e-buggy as well. It's going to be very interesting to see. There's lots of guys out there that are very fast in e-buggy. Mason Fuller being one of them. I'm sure he will be over here as long as all the other top Americans. Everybody vying to be the first ever world champion. Of course, the Europeans will have something to say about that. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Oh, no, Dwayne, you left your coffee in the car. You better take a break and go get it, man. Never leave the coffee in the car, especially on night shift. Oh, and your wife's car. Oh, hopefully she brings it back for you. I don't think my wife would do that for me. So it's going to be interesting to see who do you guys think in the chat will be the challengers for the E-Buggy World Championship next year. We got to throw Joao Figueiredo in that mix because, it's his track. And I'm sure he'll be used to everything that's needed for that. I'm sure we'll see the likes of Mayfield, Fend, be fast. Juan Carlos Canas, Ongaro, David Ronafal, Elliott Boots, all the other fast Europeans. It's going to be no bump up, so you're going to have to bump right into the qualifying will count. So it's going to be 3 10-minute mains, which I'm not too big on. I really like to see bump ups or LCQs. I like to see some of that change in ours in electric racing over times. So let me know in the chat who you think will be your first inaugural world champion in e-buggy next year. So when you get a chance, if you're listening to this, will it be one of the Europeans? Will it be one of the Americans? Will it be somebody we didn't even think of from a different region altogether? Should we have e-truggy at the World Championships as well? With that class growing in popularity around the world, we're seeing a lot more e-truggy here in Europe. It's huge in America. It's definitely big as well in Australia and that area as well. So definitely a class that is on the upswing. I like e-buggy, e-truggy. It'll be interesting to see how things kind of Paulo, necesita otra café? ¿Tú?
Logo. Quer dizer, tomar outro café?
¿Tú?
Eu? Agora?
No, no, sí, tú.
Não.
¿Te gusta café?
Sim.
Yo también.
Mas dia como hoje, provas, LA, dia normal, no trabalho, dia. Não, depois.
Just talking to our camera guys taking a break, telling me how many coffees he drinks a day. I like coffee too, but I drink big, grande. Una grande en la mañana. Orlowski, good pick, Martin. Actually, Orlowski's very good in E-Buggy. I didn't even think of him. Very good in E-Buggy. So that is actually current European champion. Very good pick. Man, I think we gotta start calling Orlowski one of the best all-around racers in the world. I mean, I really wish he did more 8 scale. I know that 10 scale and onward is his focus right now. But I watched him at the 2022 Worlds, and I was so impressed of how good he was. We saw him dominating at the, not dominating, but, you know, winning the European Championships last year on AstroTurf. I like to see him do it on dirt. But a track like Barcelos will fit his driving style, I'm pretty sure. But Orlowski, we definitely got to throw him in the mix of one of the best at the moment. He'll definitely go on as one of the best overall in the world ever. He's still got a long career ahead of him. He's still young, 23, 24, I think. Great mentality towards racing, approaches it, works very hard, and that all is going to benefit him in the long run for his career, working on his branding. So good job, good one. Dennis Rice, unfortunately no pro drivers. They are all at PMB. US drivers, they're all at PMB. Top pro drivers here are the European champion Juan Carlos Canas, aka JC3. We have João Figueiredo. That's probably our 2 top pro drivers here. And then we have Portuguese fast guy Ricardo Monteiro and Thomas Musso. So, David Todd. Oh! Paulo caught me without a hat. Let me fix it here. Oh. That is Ricardo
2
Monteiro.
minutos e meio para abrir a pista para 2 e meio. 2 minutos e 30 segundos para abrir a pista para o grupo 2.
João Figueiredo.
Pouca publicidade. Pouco investimento de publicidade.
Minuto e meio para abrir a pista. 1 minuto e 30 segundos. Menos de 1 minuto para abrir a pista. Está. Pista alerta. Pistador aos vossos lugares.
That's right. Don't be confused. That is Nitro you hear out there, the glory at the E-Buggy World Cup. Some of the Portuguese drivers coming up to do the Nitro round of some Nitro racing. There'll be more here tomorrow. So it's going to, we'll have some racing going on. Always good to... No problem, Dennis Rice. Hope you. I know that. I hope you're enjoying it. I'm just enjoying chatting to you guys. So if you have any questions, absolutely, Mr. Lee. Always good to have the smell and sound of Nitro at any event. Yes. Also helps out with the groove of the track. To be honest, it puts down a little bit of oil, and then that starts to get the groove going. And believe it or not, I know it sounds funny, but the oil makes the groove come up. But I have enjoyed the slippily sliding of the E-Buggy. It's when I was out there watching them without yesterday, you can just heard the tires searching for grip. It's like, obviously you can't hear that in the Nitro class because the motors make so much noise. So should be good. We do appreciate you guys tuning in. We want to say thank you to our sponsors for making this happen. They are Rudog EU, S-Works, Hot Race Tires, Hobby Wing and X-Ray. Don't forget to hit the sub, notification, and like button for the RC Racing TV YouTube channel and go over and give them a follow on Facebook. If you wish, you can join their membership as well and get early access to content that they push out. I know that they have a lot of good content planned. So I know inside information about RC Racing TV that they probably think I don't know. One thing about Lefty gets the 411 on everything. No, Mr. Chili, no N1 buggies here this week. There were a couple at IBC last weekend. So, I hear one of my good friends and YouTuber will be collaborating with RC Racing TV at some point. That's good to hear. I've had the privilege of working with the RC Racing TV guys on countless occasions. And definitely enjoy it. So, I do enjoy the smell of Nitro. Now, it can get a bit too much, but I definitely enjoy the faint smell of Nitro and always love the sound of it, especially on outdoor tracks. 2 cars in the track. We do expect more drivers to come tomorrow to participate in. Yes. Yes, but I believe he represents Monaco. I believe he lives in Monaco. Spain. Yes. And Harold is Israel. The young guy, Harold, is Israel. Okay. No worries. Got you. Hopefully I'll get some time tomorrow, if we're not streaming the event, to go out and do a facility walk. I was planning on doing it today, but we're not going to have a lunch break. And the weather is very meh at the moment. So, Mr. Chili, what part of the USA are you located in? I forget. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Is this... Oh, okay, then I know who I'm talking to. I know who I'm talking to. Do you like the G.I. Joe Classified 6-inch series? If yes, I know who I'm talking to. All right, got you, mister. Got you. Just wasn't sure. All righty. 3 minutes left in this run. There were 2 N1s at IBC. One of the Portuguese guys runs them, and then there was Daniel Grob, who came down there from Austria. So him and Lucas were there. I'm talking to Mr. Chili. It says it's 60 degrees outside, but it definitely feels okay. It definitely feels colder than that. I'm surprised you know what 60 degrees is. Fahrenheit. I mean, most Europeans don't know Fahrenheit. I don't know Celsius. Bermuda's all confused. We use kilometers per hour, but mostly we talk miles. We use Fahrenheit, and we use millimeters when it comes to tools. And we say yards, not meters. A yard is just like a meter. It's just maybe 3 feet instead of 3.3, like a meter. Let's ask the chat. What's the difference between a yard and a meter? Let us know in the chat. The things we think of at RC races while people practice. What's going on with Agama USA, Mr. Chili? I think Billy's not doing it anymore from what I heard. I saw him selling the camper. I know over in the UK they're still doing quite well. Nemo Raceway is going. John and those guys are doing a good job. They were at the Montpellier GP. But Victor Sampiao and Pedro Martins out right now. So a yard is 3 feet 4 inches, Roxy, or a meter. I guess a meter is 3'4". So what's a yard? A meter is 3 feet 4 inches. So what's a yard then? Okay, yeah, I understand it. I understand how he feels. 300 millimeters. Foot. Okay, so a yard is probably 4 inches, then it's 3 feet. So it's 4 inches shorter than a yard, than a meter. Ooh, an N1 won the first E-Buggy national here a couple of weeks ago. Who was it, Martin?
Todos os carros a finalizar na volta. Pode cortar a pista para tornar rápido, já terminou a sua corrida. Obrigado. Estava.
Yeah. Roxy says, I like Fahrenheit for temp and millimeters, and short measure, and inches and feet for big measure. Ah, yeah. So Eric Likey, yes, excellent family racing there. I believe they're from Denmark, but living in the UK. So it's the two brothers and the father that race, and the mother does a lot of the pitting. Dwayne says a yard is 36 inches, so that's 3 feet. Yeah, exactly. So a meter is 4 inches longer than a yard. But then you guys use meters for sports. Like 100 meter, you know. Don't you use, yeah, like isn't a football field 100 meters? Okay. All right, everybody. We're going to take a short break, and we're getting ready for Q4 of the E-Buggy class. Then we're going straight into finals, I assume. Not quite sure. So, yeah, we've got that settled. We know the difference between a yard and a meter. Thank you, chat. I knew I could count on you guys. Yeah, Eric Likey. I met them at RCGP. Okay, yes, that's right. 100 yards for football. Yes. But a soccer field is supposed to be meters for running. Got you. Okay. So 100 meters, so they're really running 330 feet, 340 feet, whereas it would be 100 yards would be just 300 feet. Got you. That's right, and they use yards in football. What am I thinking? NFL, sorry, not soccer. So, all good.
Eu acho que sim, mas não decidiu o cachê.
Queres que vá fazer uma questão? Queres que eu vá...
Até ficas tu. Até podes ficar lá tu. Eu não te digo.
Olha, negócio fechado.
Holger Likey. I don't know which one's the older or younger, but I know they're a great family. They all race together.
The club manager asked me to tell you guys that later at the evening there will be a music concert and dinner for everyone, so whoever wants
Ooh, so we're going to have live entertainment and dinner for everybody tonight at 9. Celebrating the anniversary since 1953, 71 years in operation this club has been. Not for RC. It was started as a football club. So they are
convite fica estendido a todos vocês. Quem quiser ouvir boa música e comer boa comida, é falar aqui com o pessoal da casa e eles vão resolver a solução. 3 minutes to open the class.
Olha, isso para ver, não há nada.
Alex C. What's up, dude?
Pedro Martins.
What's why, Jules? Destin, sorry. Yeah, so this club has been around since 1953. It started as a football club. It has hosted many different things. It's a shooting club. I think it became an RC club in the 90s. How you doing, man? Johnny Skidmore. He beat John Skidmore. Impressive. And Paul Prompton. That was good for by young Eric Likey. Very well. Very excellent, excellent. That's another series I like to get to, is a 1/8 scale Nitro series, national series race in the UK as well. Be good to get to one of them. Ooh, Helder's using his moving camera.
There will be also this activity.
O micro do senhor está muito baixo. Quer fazer isso tu? Ele diz extensão.
As we get ready for our last qualifier. I do like this camera that Rallycross. I do apologize. It is called Rallycross in the UK. I think that's what we're just going to start calling it. We're going to forget about calling it IC Buggy. We're going straight to Rallycross. I do stand corrected, Alex. A Rallycross. Leave it to the Brits to come up with the best names. Nitro Rallycross, can we call it? An electric Rallycross? Well, that's very impressive that he beat Johnny Skidmore. Johnny Skidmore probably, besides Boots, I think the best 1/8 scale driver in the UK. Man, he's beat Boots a few times at the Nationals. He was doing good at Montpellier. All right, so we have our top heat up again. There's Mr. Todd's father there leaning up against the wall. Mrs. Monteiro, Mr. Figueiredo.
10 seconds.
Something's going on with Joao's car as we see Mr. Figueiredo running somewhere. Well, that's excellent to see the young drivers doing well over there in the UK. I think that the BRCA does probably one of the best associations in the world. I think they do a good job of breeding young talent and grooming it. And you guys are, I will complain about one thing. I wish you guys had better scoring, a better scoring system, because it feels like it's out of the 80s. But I get it. Alex, but aren't you from America? I thought you was from the USA. Or are you? I apologize if you're not. I could have sworn you was from the USA. All right. 1 minute to start before we see our top heat. No start from Joao Figueiredo at the moment. As you can see, it is starting to get gray. But I think this rain is going to miss us. The wind is blowing, the clouds are flowing, and the rain is coming. Probably another reason why we don't have a good turnout here, because people thought that it was going to rain. It is slippery, dude. Tech. We're going to see some awesome four-wheel drifts. Look at that. There's one. David Todd getting into a full drift going around that 180 hairpin going onto the... I do apologize, Alex. I thought you was from America all this time. I do apologize. All right. We are ready to go. And I'm sure we'll get on tap with our TQ JC3. looking to get that World Cup status put on his end of his under his belt. That S-Works car on the J Concepts tires as he makes his way up over the Dragon's Back. Double, triple is the order of the day. As he slams it around this other 180. Double, double, right into the face of that other jump, using that as a to slow him down and scrub that speed. He goes double, single, perfect. JC3 in perfect form here. Off to Silver State, he says. First time going to Silver State. One DNC E-Buggy a few weeks ago in Paris. And now, looking very rapid out there. The only driver to get into that 10-lap pace on par for 10 laps once again. That was a 32.9 from JC3. Said it took him 8 hours driving to get here. He was supposed to do the IBC last week, but canceled last minute due to the inclement weather that we experienced. He had hail last weekend, multiple times. So, Portugal getting slammed with, ooh, that was nice by David Todd. Doing around that 180. Portugal getting slammed with some really bad weather last weekend. And there we are on board with the young Spanish driver, but also representing Ireland, David Todd. They got a big race coming up in Ireland for 1/8 scale too. I see Bradley Beard's building a track there. And you have the Paddy Piston race that always happens there. David coming by with a 34-1 just now. He's currently in second. He is actually beating the top Portuguese drivers this weekend. So David looking to just as I say that, he gets it wrong. That's going to cost him a lot of time. But JC3 turned on another 32.8. Joao in a 33.6. His fast lap of 33.3. So Joao not able to get down into that 32 lap range. Well, was looking at JC3's car. He's got the he was trying the Falcons, I think, earlier on. And now he is, I'm not sure what he's on now. And there's Joao in that Techno ride. And that was a 33.6 for Joao. Currently in a 9.501. He's 1 second off that 10-lap pace. I know he would want to hit that 10-lapper at least once in his qualifier. Can Joao put his head down and catch it up? What's up, Mr. Action Jackson? Long time no see, brother. How you doing? I haven't been calling a race for a long time, so I haven't been able to see you in the chat. I hope everything's well, man. See you later on this month, maybe in Georgia, North Georgia. Always good to see you, man. One of the best attitudes I've met in RC, Mr. Craig Action Jackson. Unfortunately, we lost the real Action Jackson here recently, Mr. Carl Withers. Joao now 6 seconds off pace of that 10-lap pass. Nikos Gigantes. I wish we have this camera at the Worlds. I'm sure the RC Racing TV guys will have some great cameras at the Worlds. They did in 2022. And there's Ricardo Monteiro, long-time Portuguese racer. Me and him have had some interesting conversations. Found out he works in the esports world. Was the manager for the Portuguese team here. And what was it? Some game called Valorant and League of Legends. So I find a lot of interesting people have very interesting full-scale jobs in RC, and Monteiro is one of them. Very calculated. Oh, just as I say that, he clips the pipe. He's been doing that every lap. Monteiro, that's a lap he's going to want to forget about. It's a 35.3. Joao. David Todd, though. On a 9.502, Todd has got progressively faster over the weekend. So Figueiredo is going to have his work cut out for him. And Canas, if David Todd can get a good start. there is Canas will finish off with his last lap. 32.8 for him just that time by. So Canas taking this seriously, looking to throw it on the fast laps. And his package is absolutely dialed right now, jumping to the J Concepts tires into 2023. And that would be a 32.9 for the man from Spain. I think he's won the European E-Buggy Championships two times. And Canas, Figueiredo, David Todd, Monteiro. So Joao and Todd going back and forth. And Joao going to pick him by just under a second for that second place. I want to thank you all for joining us in the chat. It's been a pleasure talking to you all day. And thank you for joining us for the first ever IFMAR E-Buggy World Cup. Yes, sir. I will be at North Georgia Shootout. We were supposed to be at the 10 scale Raw Nats, but that's probably a story for the podcast. One day I'll tell it. But I will be at North Georgia, so it'll be good to see you, man. Good race. Good race it is. All right, that's Kristen Villar. His young daughter right there. There's Carlos Fonseca in the all-orange car. Up next, we have Thomas Musso, Harold Sandoff, Christian Villar, and Carlos Fonseca. Uh-oh. Villar and Fonseca were both at IBC. As we get, oh, I thought somebody was driving like Julian Oliveras just now. Julian Oliveras is a fast Floridian racer, and he drives his radio so he's left-handed, but he drives it with a right-handed radio. So it's actually backwards. So he drives with his right hand here. I can't even explain it how he does it, but that's how he learned how to drive, and he has not been able to switch over to a left-handed radio yet. You're going to do some short course racing at 4x4 short course racing at North Georgia?
Gracias. 1 minute to focus the track. Seconds to focus the track.
E-Truggy and E-Buggy. Nice. Should be good. I love coming up to Tiger, Georgia. It's beautiful. There, I love Wicked Weekend. Really love both of those races. I'll be there. I'll be at both of them. Can't wait. And Peach State. speech date will be right after the World Championships. So I think I'll just fly to Spain, from Spain to home for a couple of days and fly to the USA. All right, the skies are getting dark, my friends. And they are going to try and get... Let me find out. All right, so I just got confirmation that we're going to go straight through to the one final. The other two finals will be tomorrow because the rain is coming. And we had enough of the rain in Barcelos. There you go. You see that ominous cloud coming over the mountains? It's coming this way. All right. Nice. It is absolutely beautiful up there. The nice little town, some good restaurants. That's, it's also like the view I'm looking at now, but the mountains are a little different up there. A lot more pine trees, and you know, there are bears up there that they tell me, so I don't want to run into one of them. Yeah, we got some wolves up in these mountains. All right, let's go. This is the last round of qualifying for the Electric Buggy class. So I hope she enjoys it. And it's kind of cool up there this time of the year. It was cool in September too. So it's perfect temperature. It's not too cold. It does get cold at night, but doesn't get too warm. Hello, Ross Williams. Good morning from New Zealand. Thank you for joining us. We had a fellow New Zealander here earlier, a good friend of mine, Basher NZ. Hope all is well over there in Kiwi land. New Zealand has a good sailing team and a good cricket team. Black bears, it doesn't matter. It's a bear, Craig Action Jackson. It can maul and eat you. I want to stay as far away from them as possible. I'll tell you what, if there was such a... Well, I do believe there is such a thing as Sasquatch, and if there was one, he'd be living in these mountains up here in Portugal. They have bears up here too, I think. Maybe. I think Spain has bears. Wolves. All right. Thomas Musso in that pink, blue, and white Corrali. Looking pretty dialed. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome night at Speedway RC and RC Speedway. And you're going again tomorrow. You guys racing this weekend? 3 minutes and 32 seconds left to go in this race. Thomas Musso on a 9.507 pace. So Thomas Musso might start third overall by the look of his times, or maybe fourth behind Joao. Harold Sandaroff, the young lad from Israel, 34.9. He's currently on a 9.510 pace, and there's Harold. So Harold trying to get in a faster run this weekend. Says he's not a big fan of E-Buggy, likes Nitro, but enjoys coming to the races here in Europe. We'll be at the World Championships in Spain in September. There's Ricardo Montero, just watching the racing. Man, I'm not going to lie, that rain looks like it's a-coming, but the wind's kind of going across us, so I don't know if it's going to come this way. Harold, double. Very smooth, not taking any unnecessary chances, but picking up the pace. Single, double. We saw JC3 doing double, single in that line as Harold keeping a very tight line. Very good driver coming from Israel. Only has about 20 to 30 races there in Israel. So not in the biggest market for RC, but making the trips here to Europe to compete against some of the best on a regular basis. Young Harold is. And Musso is Trying to make a pass. Musso trying to go on the inside of Christian Vilar. Musso in that prototype Corrali car. I need to get me a Corrali basher. This Christian Vilar, it's an associated car. He made the trip from Spain, or he stayed here because he was at IBC as well. One minute and 22 seconds left to go. Thomas Musso lost some time. He's now on a 9.509. You'll see how it all shakes out. We know that JC3 has taken the overall TQ. Don't worry, we have some interviews coming up for you. James is furiously working away on the editing of this. And editing isn't his strong suit, as he tells me, but I think he's doing a banging job of it. There's probably some controversial questions in there, you know me. Gotta poke the bear every once in a while, or every week. And these guys give their opinions. And there's Musso. We're on board with Carlos Fonseca. Had his son and his father here yesterday, but they went off to visit some relatives nearby. I met a whole bunch of New Zealand racers at DNC. Shane O'Connor, Logan Toa, Jameson, Jaden. So, known Mark Johnson for many, many years. Never met him. And we are back on board with Thomas Musso, making his way ever so smoothly through that quad section. This is a very nice track, drifting into that corner, 180. And there you see the utter look of concentration on Musso. And that is it. Musso going to finish up with a 9.508. He'll have a fast lap of a 33.8. So the only person dipping down into those 32s is JC3. Awesome. Awesome. I actually interviewed, he was a BattleBots guy. Oh man, I forgot his name. But he's from New Zealand. He did a little bit of on-road racing in New Zealand. But his team is like a world champion BattleBots team. And had an interview with him back on the podcast. Isaiah, what's up, man? Long time no see. Where you been? Where have you been, dude? Where are you now? Are you still on the East Coast or back on the West Coast? Hope all is well with you, man. Hope you're doing some RC racing. I think last time I talked, you was moving your adrenaline, if I'm not mistaken. All right, up next, we're going to have some more Nitro Buggy practice, I think. We're going to go back to just static cam, and I'll sit off and talk RC with you while we're here. Seems like everybody's starting to wake up around the world, and some of them are going to sleep because it's late in New Zealand and Australia. Thank you all for joining in. Yeah, it's about time for you to go sleep, Ross. It's 1:20. You're exactly 12 hours ahead of us. It's 1:20 p.m. here. So, time to go sleep, good buddy. But if you want to sit here and talk RC, we can do that too. Now that the racing is stopped and we're getting ready for, I've got a little break, we can talk RC. I'm going to put some more nails on. Oh, it was daylight saving times here last week. Last Sunday. Where I live in the Dominican Republic, they don't do it. on East Coast. East Coast, Virginia, out here drifting, racing on road. She says, my wife, me, my daughter, and my pops back into it, searching for a deal to get back at 8-scale off-road racing too. Sweet. Drifting looks fun. Never tried it, would like to try it. I like the scale aspect of the drifting thing, so that's cool. Easy Coast, New Zealand here. East. So we will be going to the first electric final of the day, and I think that will be the race finish for the day, maybe some more practice. But actually, the skies look like they're clearing up, to be honest. I think we might avoid this rain, which will be good. We don't want to have a wet track tomorrow. So that's always, if we can avoid the rain, that would be great.
Não, isto é, as rodas vão desviando e depois podem enrolar na roda, estás a ver?
Okay, no problem. We're just going to confirm if there's going to be a final today. So we'll be back. I mean, I'll find out here shortly for you. Sebastian Muir, bonjour. How are you, my friend?
Pilotos do Grupo a pista vai abrir em 3 minutos.
Hope all is well. Hopefully we see you guys at the World Championships in September, maybe?
Pedro Martins, ao seu lugar de postagem, por favor.
Drifting definitely helps train your throttle control, super dial to transition the skill over to the racing side of RC. Cool, man. It's big too, right? I see so many of the drifting IGs with hundreds of thousands of followers. All right, so it has been confirmed after these last couple of Nitro practices that we will be done for the day here. We will be streaming the party later on tonight, and tomorrow we'll have all 3 finals. No, RC Racing TV will be streaming those parties. No, the local guys will be streaming it. Sorry, I meant that. Absolutely. Yeah, on the Facebook of the association. But I'm sure it'll be all in Portuguese, so all the Portuguese people can tune in. Hey, Lefty, why do honor race in the rain but off-road don't? Hey, we raced in the rain at Barcelos last weekend.
But tomorrow is sunny day.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, very sunny day.
I think, honestly, Dwayne, I think it comes down to Marshall's safety a lot and mud. On road, you get puddles. Off road, you got that mud. It's super slippery for people. I think they're worried about the Marshalls slipping. That would be my guess. And man, I'll tell you, like, could you imagine the amount of, like, we raced in the rain at IBC last weekend. And the track is very hard packed. So the cars weren't coming off very muddy. Yes, they were coming off dirty, but not muddy. But yeah. Have a good night, Ross. Enjoy it. You can watch another race when you wake up. Psycho Nitro Blast. They should have started the coverage by then. If you want to watch some more off-road racing, and tune in with us tomorrow to watch the finals. Yep, very low turnout, Josh. Awesome, Isaiah. Yeah, I would definitely like to build myself a drift car. I think I want it to be completely scaled, though. Driver inside and all that stuff. The driver interiors, all that good stuff. So. It's Carlos Fonseca doing the pitting for Jose Figueiredo. Good to see Jose enjoying himself, doing a little bit of racing. Ooh, we got a new driver out there in that old aqua car. That's Felipe Lemos. So tomorrow we should have a few more Nitro drivers come in as well. So that will be good to see. Obrigado. Got myself a nice new key ring here. Add to my collection. Nice. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in this practice session. We will finish off streaming practice sessions and start again tomorrow. I assume we start at 9 tomorrow. All right, so somebody getting ready for the next round of practice there. Got a Mugen, got some worn out tires on it. I guess this is gonna send it 0 responsibility. Mr. Figueredo looks like he's getting it all sorted out, figuring out the track. I want to say thank you to all you guys that joined me this morning for the coverage in the chat. It was great chatting to you all. I hope you guys did enjoy some of the coverage that we brought. We are taking this, even though it's a low entry count, we're still trying to bring you the best coverage possible. So we do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We'll be back tomorrow morning as well. And yeah, I don't know. If you guys have any more questions while I'm here, don't hesitate to ask.
Todos os carros para lá, toda a gente fica no carro lá.
Alrighty. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought. Look at y'all. Look at him. Joao teasing his father and Ricardo teasing his father, teasing him out there, telling him to go, 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 go. Good to see the guys still having fun. Shameless plug here. I am 3 away from 5,000 on the No Name RC Podcast YouTube. If you're listening to this, please go to the No Name RC Podcast YouTube. Hit that like, sub, and notification button. Help me get to 5,000.
Pilotos da manga 1 vão pistar.
Oh, yeah?
A pista vai abrir dentro de 3 minutos. Pilotos da manga 2 de Nitro vão se preparando. Pilotos da manga 1, vamos pistar. Minuto para abrir a pista.
Okay. All right, everybody, that brings our coverage of the day finished for the day. Tomorrow we start back at 9 with the 3 finals for the E-Buggy class. Who will be your first E-Buggy World Cup? JC3 is taking TQ. Can João Figueiredo do something about that and make it a race tomorrow? We shall see. David Todd and Ricardo Montero, Thomas Musso, they'll all be battling it out as well. Anything can happen. We have 3 finals, 10-minute finals to go tomorrow, plus some nitro racing. I want to thank all of you guys for joining me in the chat. It was great talking RC with you. You enjoy the rest of your day. I will see you all tomorrow. Nitro's the glory, E-Buggy pays the bills, and Lefty and crew are out. Ta-ta for now.
The track will open in 6 minutes. Drivers from Group 1, please get ready. Don't forget to check your battery voltage. Drivers from Group 2, mark your positions.
And guess what, everybody? We are back for Q5. We time warped into Sunday. It's actually Sunday here. It is not Saturday anymore. You guys don't understand. We are in Sunday right now. It is now April 7th. We went into the future. Yeah, we actually have 5 qualifiers, so please come on back. Actually, if you guys want to go see something really cool, we just, James just finished editing up some interviews we did. Some quick interviews we did of the drivers yesterday. You can find that on the RC Racing TV YouTube page just put up. It's also shared to the NNRC page. For all you e-buggy lovers out there, you'll love it. So go check it out. We get some of these driver's thoughts on the future of e-buggy and everything going around there. So don't go anywhere. We are still here. I do apologize. We was told it was 4 qualifiers, and then you know, it's all good. I thought it was a little bit strange because I'm pretty sure that we have 5 qualifiers at the Worlds, if I'm not mistaken, and Euros and all that stuff. So we do apologize. Don't go anywhere. Let's hang out for a little while longer. We are at the E-Buggy World Cup in Macainha, Guarda, Portugal. We're getting ready for Q5. JC3 has already wrapped this up. Maybe he'll go out and put on a show for us. We will be doing our all 3 finals tomorrow. So we will stream the next 2 qualifiers of E-Buggy. We almost shut down the stream. We was 10 seconds away from doing that. So good thing we heard him say something. Pretty interesting. As these drivers get ready, they will be hitting the track in 5 minutes. time. Two minutes till we get back out there, so don't go anywhere. We would like to say thank you to our sponsors, Rudog, EU, S-Works, Hot Race Tires, Hobby Wing, and X-Ray. You are watching Q5 of the 2024 Echo Buggy World Cup, the predecessor to the World Championships. We want to thank you all for tuning in and helping out and talking to me all morning. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow for our finals. Hopefully we can see some surprising fast finals between JC3, João Figueiredo, Ricardo Montero, and others.
Marshals to your places, please. 1 minute to open the track.
One minute till we get going again. We got 50 people watching. Nobody talking to me in the chat. Nobody wants to talk to Lefty today. He's sad.
40 seconds to open the track. Marshals to your positions.
Oh, Paulo. Paulo, tem hambre. All right. It's chilly here. It's almost frosty beverage time. The track is open, as my good friend Maurizio would say. The track is open. Casica FG, saludos desde Bilbao. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Nos vemos en España en septiembre para el Mundial en Redovan. JC3, Juan Carlos Canas has already secured TQ. He has TQ'd 4 rounds of 5. Probably looking to go out there and just test some tires. Absolutely. I will be there. Back in Redovan. I loved my time at the World's the last time around in 2022. Know my way around now, so looking forward to it. Hopefully Maximus will be there with me as well. As we get ready, these guys will have one more 30 more seconds of warm-up, and then they will be on the clock. Hello, Kim Campbell, tuned in from South Australia. It is gotta be what, 2 o'clock in the morning there. Hope all is well. We had a few Australians and New Zealanders in here with us today. There we are on board with JC3 in that Electric Buggy, rocking the Lexan Wing. Big news! Lexan Wings are back and here to stay in 1/8 scale RC racing, they say. We're starting to see the re-emergence of the Lexan Wing. Of course, the X-ray drivers never stopped. We're seeing them a little bit more durable as we're watching JC3. He is comfortably doing the double single. That is going to be, what type of lap times did we see for him? That was at 33.2. He's currently on another 10-lap 5:31 pace, followed by David Todd, who has been very impressive all day. He's 3.1 seconds off a 10-lap pace. And there we see Ricardo Montero making his way through. Back on board with JC3 as he goes through this very tight S section, a series of 180s right there through the Dragon's Back. Double, triple he goes. He sees mechanic looking on. As temperature's starting to drop and it's really gray out there. JC3. Nope, sorry, this is, I thought it was JC3. It's Mr. Todd. I do apologize. It looked very similar. The Mugen driver, another Spanish driver, young driver, 15 years old. Looking very impressive. That was a 33.8 for him, so he has found some pace with that Mugen car. Behind him is João Figueiredo and Ricardo Montero, the two Portuguese fast racers. But Todd looking to represent Spain and Ireland at the same time. Taking that single double line. You see one, JC3 and Figueiredo are the two drivers that are consistently doing this line. There's Montero. Maybe he'll pick up on Figueiredo now as he comes up over the single double. And he goes for that safe line. And that is going to be a 33.6 for Joao. He's currently on a 9.504. Joao was up late, wrenching on his car last night as he makes his way through those series of 180 S sections, up and over the Dragon's Back, conquering it with no problem. One thing about Magello and his track builds, everything is flowing. There's, and there he gets it a little bit wrong, and he just catches the kink in that pipe, and that gets him caught up, and that is going to cost him valuable time. With 1 minute and 47 seconds left to go, Joao with a, that was a 35.7, so he is now on a 9.507 pace. Canas still out there, 10.530 for him. He just threw down a 33 flat. He has the fast lap of a 32.8. Nobody else has dipped on into those 38-second round, that 32-second round this weekend. So, well done. Hello from Illinois. Hello, Mike Smith. There will be more, so don't worry. Not sure what we're talking about there, Hydra, but good morning to you, or good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the chat. Hope you guys are well. What's up, Mike Cass? This track is very fun, man. And the facility is beautiful, too. I was pleasantly surprised when I came over here and saw the facility, and the guys are telling me that unfortunately the racers don't come here as much, and it's a shame. Yeah, they're drifting all over the place, Mike. You should have seen them in practice yesterday. JCD will get about 3/4 of their way down the straightaway and just send it into a full four-wheel drive sideways drift. Impressive. Very impressive. But you see that ominous gray cloud that's coming over towards us. We do have some rain, so this will be our last qual. Oh, and man, Montero needs to stay away from that pipe. He has hit it countless times throughout his practice. It is definitely his Achilles heel, his kryptonite, as we say. And if you guys want to check out a really cool interview, go to the RC Racing TV YouTube page. If you're watching this on YouTube, we just dropped a interview that I did yesterday of various drivers. Very well done, very well edited by the man, the myth, the legend himself, James, because I don't know his last name. Parry. Like P-A-R-R-Y? Okay. Like parry, like in boxing and fighting. Yes. There we go. There we go. That's it. They're done. We got one more heat of electric to go. And look at that facility right there. Absolutely beautiful set in the mountains here in Guarda. Picturesque views. It's, I guess it's coming onto spring, so it's still winter time here. So still a little bit of brown out there. And as soon as you see the trees will turn colors, the leaves. Mike Kaz, I heard you guys getting a new big facility there in Pahrump in Nevada. All covered and all that good stuff. So, very nice. You guys are going to have, yeah, it is beautiful, Mike. You got to get over here to Europe to one of these races, man. You'll love it. You will love it. And Portugal, I haven't ate anything I don't like yet. So, and it's very, very cost effective. Like, I thought Dominican Republic was cheap. It's pretty cheap here as well. So, you will love it. Except Pedro. Don't let Pedro drive you on, because that might be a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a clencher. But go check it out. Great interview with some of these drivers who get their thoughts on E-Buggy and how it's going to develop over the years. Did I hear thunder just now?
Attention. Marshals on your place, please.
All right, so yeah, IBC, man, I think they're going to put it in May next year. So we'll have better weather. But you're going to have plenty of chances to come to Barcelos because they're going to have the IBC plus the E-Buggy World Championships next year, the official World Championships that will happen next year here in Portugal. Go look where Bermuda is. Type in Bermuda. Yeah, not too far. Yeah. It would, yeah, probably fly to Puerto Rico and then get on a little plane to go to his place. Yeah. But see where Bermuda is, because everybody thinks Bermuda is in the Caribbean. I was just talking to James. He just saw where the Dominican Republic is. I am from Bermuda. But see, everybody thinks it's in the Caribbean, but it's like in the middle of the Atlantic. It's just 20 miles of island in the middle of the Atlantic. Yeah, that's where all my mom and everybody's there. So just giving a little geography lesson to James. David is good. He is very good, man. He's doing a good job here. He's getting faster. Says he prefers E-Buggy. I live at the very east end. Like right there, yeah. Yeah. That's all reclaimed land. That was all a bunch of islands, and the Americans came in there and
Seconds to open the track. Marshal, to your position. João Figueiredo, to your marshalling position. Let you move for 10 seconds to open the track. Track is open. Careful at the back straight. Okay, the track is clear.
All right. So Mike Smith, those green strips are actually where the loop is. So they just put carpet over it. It's just AstroTurf. Flavio Rodriguez. Unfortunately, there are only 8 E drivers here, Eco drivers, and a few Nitro drivers. We expect more Nitro drivers tomorrow. Very bad turnout for the World Cup. Yep. But the pits are actually this black building back there. That's where they're pitted. So there ain't much interest here, unfortunately. But next year, for the actual World Championships, we expect a full house in Barcelos. But per IFMAR rules, this race must be run. So that's why we're here. And yep, we have to run the race in order to have the World Championship. Mike Smith. Where are you from, Mike Smith? I used to go to school with a guy named Mike Smith. Sí, Herman. Son Kristen Villar, JC3, Canas y David Todd representa España. Kristen Villar, David Todd y Juan Carlos Canas. Right now, we are watching the Macainha, man from Monaco. I don't know how you would call a person from Monaco. Thomas Musso in that Corrali. Former HB driver, now developing the Corrali race program with his friend. Making that A final at the Montpellier GP. Back in February with the prototype Nitro Buggy. Very good driver. Part-time racer. Has a full-time job. Very smooth driver. Got to watch him race quite a lot during the RCGP series in 2022. And there you can see the ominous weather that is coming towards us. It has been gray all day, and it's just getting grayer by the day. That's why we have a very cut program. We were supposed to go to Monegasque. There we go. Daniel Santos said it, and then you had it on the... Thank you, Daniel. Monegasque. Nick told me that. Yes. That's Nick. I forgot that Nick knew that answer. He is Monegasque. And just as you said it, Danielle said it here in the chat. So James is, now I live on the north coast of Dominican Republic. Oh, in Anaheim. We are on board with Christian Villar. Absolutely, Flavio. It is very sad to see that it is empty. I think with the rain from IBC last weekend, a lot of people went to that race, and then there is predicted to be rain this weekend, so they probably didn't want to risk it coming all the way to Guarda. But unfortunate, but we expect the World Championship next year in September, which will be held in Barcelos, to be jam-packed. Everybody's going to want to be the first ever IFMAR E-Buggy World Champion. So it's going to be good to see. 52 seconds left to go, and Musso with a fast lap of a 33.4. Hello, Maximilio Lagos. Greetings from Chile. Oh, nice. I've been to Chile twice. I've been to RC Adventure and Cash. All right, so Musso is done. He finishes with a 9.507, and that will be it for him today. Alrighty. What part of Chile are you in, Maximiliano? ¿Dónde está en Chile? Absolutely agree with you, Flavio. Absolutely agree with you. The World Championships will not be here. They'll be at the Figueiredo's track. So, Pedro Nogales, hello. Boa tarde. Now we'll have 2 practice sessions of Nitro. We're just going to have the static cam. I'm actually going to... No, Bruno is not here. He is... I think he was doing some onward race last weekend, so not here. And we're going to probably sign off her shortly, as we're just going to put up a static cam while the Nitro cars... from Cash. Then we met each other when I was there in 2022. I'm just not recognizing the name. I have to check it on Facebook. I'm not looking at Facebook right now. But that's going to be it for me today, guys. We just finished up 5 qualifiers. We will start tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I do believe, for the 3 E-Buggy finals. We want to thank you all for joining us. It's been a pleasure talking to you all. And hopefully we see some good, we're looking forward to some good racing as well. He says, I support David Todd. He's doing very good. Let's see if David Todd can put it all together and have some good runs tomorrow. With that said, thank you to all the sponsors here that make this happen. That's Rudolph EU, S-Works, Hot Race Tires, Hobby Wing, and X-Ray. You have been watching the coverage brought to you by the local Portuguese Federation and RC Racing TV. I am Lefty the Great of the No Name RC Podcast. I will be signing off for today. You all have a good evening. Be safe wherever you are, and see you tomorrow to watch some more E-Buggy racing here at the World Cup. See you all later. Lefty out.